Kenapa begini?
Cok. Cok. Tes. Tes.
Ladies and gentlemen who have already entered the chat room, please remember to change your name on your Zoom profile to the paper code. Once again, for all of the participants of ICOS, please change your name on your Zoom profile to the name on your paper code. Thank you. Ada anak di situ dengan headset.
Striker tunggal. Target main ko yung kan. ID patona nataro udani.
Dari
Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony will be starting in 5 minutes. While we're waiting for Rector Hasanuddin University, Professor Duya. Before that, I would like to read the code of conduct during the parallel sessions for today. Firstly, please set your paper code as your name in Zoom profile. Secondly, each presenter should prepare their paper presentation material in PDF or PowerPoint for the duration 7 until 10 minutes, include question and answer session. Presentation must be done by oral and all the presenters should use English. All the audience should mute their speaker during presentation while another participant presents their paper. And after that, participant can ask for question via chat by Zoom or raising your hand. The last one, please set the ICOS background as your Zoom background picture. Thank you. Welcome, Rector of Hasanuddin University, Professor Dr. Dwi Aristina Pulubuhu, MA. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start our opening ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 4th International Conference on Science, Development in Science Towards Better Quality of Life, held by Math and Natural Science Faculty.
Ayo di unmute anunya, mic-nya.
Oh iya.
Unmute.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start our opening ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We delight to welcome you to the 4th International Conference on Science, Development in Science Towards Better Quality of Life, held by Math and Natural Science Faculty, Hasanuddin University, Indonesia, on 22nd August until 23rd August 2020. This conference aims to provide a place for people to discuss about overcoming the challenge and embracing the opportunity in order to increase the quality of life through research. This event also intended to connect the scientists from the field of math and natural science and also professionals from various spectrums. Ladies and gentlemen, in this occasion too, I would like to welcome our honorable guests for today. Rector of Hasanuddin University, Professor Dr. Dwi Aristina Pulubuhu MA, and the Vice Rectors, the Academic Senate and its committee, the Dean and Vice Deans of all faculties and schools at Hasanuddin University, particularly the Dean and Vice Deans of Math and Natural Science faculty. Our keynote speaker and invited speakers, Professor Jamaluddin Jompa from Hasanuddin University, Professor Alexander V. Babanin from University of Melbourne, Professor Jan Lindert Nouwen from the Erasmus University, Professor Ulrike Lindequist from University of Greifswald, the head of departments of Math and Natural Science faculty. And also, we welcome all the lecturers, guests, and all participants of the 4th International Conference on Science 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I would like to invite all the participants to sing the Indonesian's national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the next agenda, which is the report of the chairman of the committee of the 4th International Conference on Science, Professor Muhammad Ivan Aziz, MSc. Professor Ivan, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Rector of Hasanuddin University, Dean of Faculties of Unhas, Hasanuddin University, distinguished guests, Our keynote speakers, Professor Jamaluddin Jompa from Hasanuddin University, Indonesia, Professor Alexander V. Babanin from University of Melbourne, Australia, Professor Ulrich Lindequist from the Ernst Morris Arndt University, Greifswald, Germany, Professor Jan Linder Nouwen from Medical Center of Erasmus University, Rotterdam, the Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Vote ICOS Organizing Committee, I'm delighted to welcome you to the 4th International Conference on Science, ICOS 2020. This 4th ICOS is hosted by Hasanuddin University, a state university that is supposed to be the largest one, especially in the eastern part of Indonesia, with about 40,000 students. This 4th ICOS is the first ICOS held virtually. Hopefully, the COVID pandemic will diminish soon. First of all, let me just quickly introduce our keynote speakers. Ladies first, Professor Ulrich Lindequist from Ernst Morris Arndt University of Greifswald, Germany, working mainly in pharmacology, toxicology, and pharmaceutics. According to Scopus, about 196 documents have been written by Professor Lindequist, with more than 5,300 citations. Her work are very well acknowledged by many people, and she must be very well known as a scientist. Professor Lindequist supervised one of our lecturers in Hasanuddin University, Bu Elmi, as a lecturer in the Marine and Fisheries Science Faculty of Hasanuddin University. And at the moment, collaborating with Professor Marianti Manggau in researching seagrass. So I think Professor Lindequist is quite familiar with the culture at Hasanuddin University. Second, Professor Jamaluddin Jompa is the Dean of the Graduate Schools of Hasanuddin University. Since earlier this year, Professor Jompa has been appointed as advisor to the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Indonesia. Apart from his managerial duty, Professor Jompa is also very active in academic activities, doing research, writing, and publishing papers. Up to now, Professor Jompa has 95 documents in Scopus with about 2,850 citations. Third, Professor Alexander V. Babanin comes from the University of Melbourne, Australia, who is, according to the record in Scopus, working in multidisciplinary fields such as engineering, energy, environmental science, earth, planetary science, and producing 171 documents with 4,584 citations. Our fourth keynote speakers is Professor Jan Linder Nouwen from the Medical Center of Erasmus University, Rotterdam, the Netherlands. Professor Nowen mostly works on medical science, has been producing about 60 documents in Scopus with 5,022 citations. Distinguished guests, keynote speakers, it is such a great honor for us to have you all here joining the 4th ICOS. We hope you will have a good time with us in this 4th ICOS. ICOS had been held in 3 series previously. The first ICOS was held in 2014 and joined by 71 authors, papers, published in a proceeding of an ISBN. The second ICOS was in 2017, November from 2nd to 3rd, with a proceeding published in the IOP's Journal of Physics Conference Series, GPCS, comprising about 97 research papers. The third ICOS was in 2019, July 26th to 27, with a proceeding published in the IOP's Journal of Physics Conference Series, comprising about 239 research papers. As we know, in this year, GPCS is indexed by several index institutions, including Scopus. GPCS is classified in quartile Q3 by Chimago. For the publication of the 4th ICOS proceeding, we have signed a contract with the IOP's GPCS again, and we are trying to get the proceeding published by the end of this year, inshallah. By the last minute of the submission deadline, the 4th ICOS received about 420 submissions of full papers and several abstracts. All full papers are going to be presented orally, virtually using the Zoom webinar within the 2 days, August 27, today, and tomorrow, 23rd, 2020. All papers have passed a pre-review on the similarity check and format review. The pre-review is pursued as the publisher requires the papers to be of reasonably low similarity percentage and the standard format for the papers to get published. The second reason why we did a pre-review is that we wish to get the proceeding published as quickly as possible. Hopefully, the latest at the end of this year. Moreover, this will be a content review. There will be a content review after the presentation session. The main aim of the 4th ICOS is to improve the academic atmosphere within the universities, especially Hasanuddin University. Specifically, we intend that this 4th ICOS, the lecturers, during their busy time of doing teaching and research, they will still keep writing. For sure, we all believe that without writing up our research findings, the research will be just useless. Moreover, we mean this 4th ICOS as an occasion where the lecturers and researchers coming from many places can gather together, share their research, which probably may lead to ideas of doing collaborative research and cooperation between universities. The 4th ICOS will be held for 2 days, today and tomorrow, Today, we will have 4 plenary sessions presenting our 4 keynote speakers and some parallel presentations that will be continued tomorrow. To all of the participants, authors, presenters, I would like to thank you very much for joining the 4th ICOS. We understand that you had spent time and effort for joining this conference. Enjoy your participation in this 4th ICOS. As the chair of the 4th ICOS, I do realize that the success of the conference depends ultimately on many people who have worked together for organizing this conference. Recognition should go to the technical team who has worked for preparing the technical staff. I thank you very much to the members of the organizing committee. Last but not least, I would like to thank the Institute of Physics, IOP, for cooperation for the proceeding publication. The Honorable Rector of Hasanuddin University, thank you very much for the provided supports. Now, could you please open the 4th ICOS officially? Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Ivan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the next agenda, which is the welcoming speech delivered by Rector of Hasanuddin University, Professor Dr. Duya Aristina Pulubuhu, MA, also to open the 4th International Conference on Science 2020 officially. Professor Duya, time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone. I would like to greet all a very distinguished persons in this conference. First, of course, goes to the keynote speakers. Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa, it's our colleagues from Hasanuddin University. Professor Babanin, Professor Jan Lindert Nguyen, Professor Ulrich Lindquist from several universities as our partner of Hasanuddin University. And also I would like to greet for the host, the Dean of Faculty of Sciences of Hasanuddin University, and the team especially goes to the organizing committee held by Professor Ivan and all the teams, the excellent teams. And also I'd like to greet to vice rectors from Hasanuddin University or leaders from other university that joining this international conference. And also all the authors involved, participants, and of course the moderator and everyone that joining this international conference. And I noticed very many participants have been joined to the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we have to extend our gratitude to the Almighty of God for His blessings and have given us a good health that make possible to join this very excellent meeting. And also I'd like to request you to send our salawat to our messenger for giving us a better direction of life. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to, in the name of Hasanuddin University, to giving our very highly appreciation to the ICOS, the International Conference on Science being now as for the fourth. We believe this is a very excellent conference among others that have driven a lot of participants and authors, and have been reported by Professor that Ivan that at least 400 paper and more abstract to be published coming from various institutions in the world. So we'd like to give congratulations for the International Conference on Science. Keep applause for Faculty of Science. Ladies and gentlemen, and we have seen also that this is for the fourth. Since the beginning in the 2014 for the first ICOS conference, it's involving a lot of participants. Until now, even more bigger. For the most today conference bringing a very excellent issues, development of science toward better quality of life. I think the very attractive topic that chosen by the organizing committee is one part that attract a lot of participants to join. And of course, the experience, the previous ICOS publication also part of the attractive of or the strength of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I think when we talk about the better quality of life is like the need of everyone in the world. As we know, all part of the population have the increasement life expectancy. I mean, the situation before pandemic, and the increasement also of population of age, and we know also by that issue of quality of life have ever more compelling. We know also a good news for us before pandemic in the world, there's a drop some percent of mortality among older people during the last decades. And we also notify that disability rates in the world declined even more in last decades. So to my understanding, in part this improvement have come about because have the greater control of the risks. And for the moment, because of the pandemic, and for the future, we need more effort to reduce some other risks in order to have our quality of life getting better. Ladies and gentlemen, the ICOS that allow many academicians and people come from various background of discipline to join. This is a part also of the strength of this ICOS. For instance, when we talk about the life in the situation of industry, high need of industry, then we need quality management of the better quality of life. So it attracts, of course, of multidimensional issues, as social aspect, economic aspect, issue on environmental, issue on technology. So this is need to us to finish it together, discuss it together. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to see that the keynote speakers coming also from our university. and academicians from our partner institution. And hearing the report from Professor Ivan as the head of the organizing committee, all speakers, keynote speaker, are academicians who post a very high record in Scopus and well known in the world as academician in very high situation. So congratulations for the organizing committee that possible to ask them to be joined as speakers. And of course, I would like to extend our gratitude also, all of you, of the speaker, for having time and willingness to join this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, this conference is have advancement to its academician and institution. For the most, of course, to improve academic atmosphere. We are motivated to do more better research, collaboration research, and of course, eventually to write the research in the very good journal in the world. So, and for the impact, for the benefit, the investment of the people of the life in general. So thank you for the organizing committee, Prof. Ivan and the team. Thank you all for the host, Faculty of Science of Hasanuddin University. And also thank you for all the keynote speakers, the speakers, authors, and the participants, and all for the people have make this ICOS possible. Thank you, and I'm very honored and very delighted, of course, to open this international conference on science in the fourth, with bringing the topic development of science toward better quality of life by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, and hoping you wish you all best success. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Duya. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in a very short moment, we would like to start our plenary session of the 4th International Conference on Science 2020. Our first keynote speaker is from Hasanuddin University, Professor Jamaluddin Jompa. Without any further ado, I invite our moderator for today, Professor Dr. Insinyur Rohani, ARMSI, to lead the discussion. Professor Rohani, the stage is yours.
Thank you. I would like to share screen first. Please allow me to share screen. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rohani Amborape. I'm now the moderator for this session. Before we ask the speaker to present his presentation, I would like first to introduce our speaker this morning, Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa. So Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa got his PhD from James Cook University, Australia in 2002. We know he's been engaged in many positions in the past, but I just able to present a few of them. So for the past position, Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa previously is a Dean of Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries, President of Indonesian Young Academy of Science, have been Director for the Research and Development Center for Marine Coast and Small Islands, Hasanuddin University, Chairman of Science Advisory Group for National Coordinating Committee Indonesia for Coral Triangle Initiative. And then he's previously as a member of National Commission on Fishery Stock Assessment, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Republic Indonesia, and has been also as an Executive Secretary for Coral Reef Rehabilitation and Management Project, CORMAP 2, Marine Affairs and Fisheries. For the current position, Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa now is a Dean of Faculty of Postgrad School, Hasanuddin University, and he's also P. Fellows for Marine Conservation. And the last but not least, he's now advisor to the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. In terms of scientific profiles, Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa is one of the prominent scientists that Hasanuddin University has and should be proud of. Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa has been published 95 papers in international reputable journal, and some of them in a high impact journal such as Nature and Science, with H index now is 27.
Okay.
So now I invite our plenary speaker, Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa, to deliver his presentation entitled Protecting Indonesian Marine Biodiversity as the Center of the World Coral Triangle, Potency, Urgency, Challenge, and Solution. Okay, I will stop share and then I will share screen.
Hello.
For Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa.
Hello, can you hear me on this screen?
Yeah, okay.
Ivan?
We can hear you, Prof.
Okay.
Okay, time is yours, Prof.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning and maybe midnight in US or very early morning in Europe and other part of the world. Today, I'm so glad to be able to participate in this symposium, ICOS for 2020. This is one of our biggest event, I think, in terms of symposium this year. And I'm glad to be able to present you about marine biodiversity in Indonesia. And I will be talking about not only Indonesia, but maybe mentioning Indonesia in terms of coral triangle, which is the center of marine biodiversity of the planet. Next slide, please. I will start with mentioning about the highest political commitment since our first few years of independence from Sukarno, when he mentioned about in bahasa, he said, usahakan agar kita menjadi bangsa pelaut kembali. Ya, bangsa pelaut dalam arti seluas-luasnya. So let's be a great maritime nation again. Yes, a maritime nation in the wide perspective. And during 2009, SBY also actually provide leadership for Coral Triangle, leading the other 6 nations for what we call a CTI summit. This is Indonesia show his leadership in leading other 5 countries to be able to protect the center of marine biodiversity in the Coral Triangle. Another one, actually, our current president in 2014, if you still remember, when he said Indonesia must be what we call a poros maritim dunia, which is in bahasa or in English, maybe we can translate to a global maritime fulcrum. And I hope this is indicate that we do need to focus or put more attention to protect our marine biodiversity, because indeed this is our national not only a dignity, but we proud to be at the center of my city. Next, Burhani. When we talk about marine biodiversity, we actually not only talk about numbers. In the left-hand side, if you see the screen, that color from coral reef in the top to mangroves in the middle and seagrass in the bottom, actually the three major coastal systems, Indonesia, on the map, that means the center of diversity for coral reef, the center of diversity for mangrove, the center of diversity for seagrass, all in Indonesia. And that really means not only numbers, but when you talk about biodiversity, it is indeed about livelihood. It is about money. It is about economy, including tourism. It is about food security, food crops, and even like a pharmaceutical potential that we need to make sure that we optimize the potential of this biodiversity in many different perspectives. Next, please. Next, Burhani. Okay, of course, we face a problem. We face challenge. We still have, okay, this on your screen, you can see that based on studies by many scientists, it is indeed Indonesia really above a lot more than other countries. You know, in terms of fish, for example, the Indonesian number of coral fish is about 3,000 compared to the second one. For example, Great Barrier Reef only 1,500. And if you compare to coral diversity, for example, it is again the numbers are so high. Indonesia has 600 number of species, and Caribbean actually only about 82. This means this is like what we call comparative advantages. We need to make sure that we optimize these comparative advantages. Next, please. We still have problem. We still have a threat. This is just an example for coral reefs and other coastal ecosystems. We still need to overcome many challenges. For example, overfishing, destructive fishing that is still happening until now. Coral mining still need to be tackled. Coral bleaching, of course, this is a global climate impact. Through managing properly. Sedimentation, we still have problems in, sorry. I think I have echo here. Okay, this is still become a new issue that now become our main problems in Spermonde archipelago, including algae overgrowth. Next, please. Next. This is just an example of one island in our marine station. It was that we need to manage this island resources. One island sometimes occupied by 5,000 fishermen. This is really beyond the capacity of the nature. I think what we need to do is really provide a good science to be able to manage this properly, including when we develop what we call livelihood in the small islands or coastal area, we cannot really avoid this kind of situation where people or community, our men grow seaweed, for example, on the top of coastal ecosystems, coral reefs, and also seagrasses. Of course, we should be able to deal with this with appropriate design, with appropriate science and technology, please. Next slide, please. Sorry for the slow move. This is just an example of the coral disease that I mentioned. That's actually caused not only by anthropogenic like pollution and also sedimentation. Recently, we published in Science. This is one of my first science paper with my friends, my college, USA. We found out that plastics, the Indonesia actually the second contributor of the world on marine plastic actually also associate or contribute to coral diseases. And we found one coral disease that most very high what we call intensity of infection in Barang Lompo Island, close to our marine station. This indicate that the challenge for marine biodiversity in the future really become higher and higher. Next, please. Next. This is just also an example. Coral bleaching is becoming so every year, starting 2010, we start to worry because other countries like in 1998, when the first mass bleaching event took place in this world. A few years after many other countries experiencing coral bleaching, and Indonesia, not until 2010, we start worried that actually coral bleaching also happening in Indonesia 10 years ago. And every 2 years, basically, the coral bleaching become more intense. In the last bleaching event in 2000, actually, we still have in 2016, we also have 2018, and we have a little bit on 2010. So in 2020. This indicates that our chance in protecting Indonesian biodiversity in the future become higher in terms of global pressure. Next, please. Understanding coral bleaching also not very easy because in the world, bleaching scientists, when I present this in the Philippines, International Philippines, I mentioned that in 1998, we found and we conclude actually coral bleaching only susceptible corals on the shallow reefs. But what we found in the Spermonde archipelago in 2016, my team found us a phenomena where we only find coral bleaching on the deeper area, and this still need to be resolved. What really caused this? And that means we need to have interdisciplinary studies, including maybe physical scientists, but understand the physical oceanography, the bleaching phenomena. Next, please. In Bali, again in 2016, this is very close to the Bali, where the tourists come to every time they come to Nusa Dua, but in 2016, corals already disappear. So this indeed become really worrisome for many tourists to come to Indonesia sometimes because corals might appear. Therefore, Indonesia fight maintain this high biodiversity, including coral reef in Indonesia. Next, please. What we call ocean acidification also actually becoming a phenomena. I have one study with my former students have proven actually that lowering pH or increasing the acidification of the ocean, this is under the laboratory situation. We actually found that not only that coral bleach, but also they die very easily. They easily bleach, and that means in the future, coral reef become more threatened by combination and also lower pH. Next, please. On the other hand, we need to make sure that coral reef is source of economy, of course. We cannot just allow this to be able to provide services for tourism. But indeed, we have a lot of potential for reef fish, for example. We have very high value of reef fish. You go to Makassar, you go to the restaurant, a lot of these reef fish become very, very, very favorite fish on the restaurant. However, we need to have a better management. If you see this red color, that indicates actually we haven't really properly managed this. Next, please. So we need to be able to also understand this reef fish population and how to manage properly. Groupers. These groupers the price of each of this group is sometimes very high. 1 kilogram can the price can reach up to 1 million rupiah. You cannot imagine if the fishermen go and catch this only 5 of these fish, they can get like 5 million rupiah at once. But that it doesn't mean that they are abundant forever. This reef fish need to be managed in more delicate way, because this fish changing sex, what we call sex reversal, after a few years, especially when the size reach about 600 to 1 kilogram. This indicates that without proper management, we actually do not allow this population to have balanced sex in terms of male and female. Therefore, this is again, not only that we need to have strong science, but we also need to have strong management strategy, how to protect the population balance to be able to make sure that the sustainability of this high value fish can be maintained for the future prosperity of Indonesia. Next, please. Many of these fish, of course, become vulnerable. Some of them near threatened, and maybe some still least concern. So what we would like to do in the future is really to have status of each of these fishes in Indonesia to be able to make the green color. We don't want our fish all in the red colors. And we need to also help the government on how to provide to be able to maintain the population and the healthy population. Next, please. On the other hand, many of these fish actually not edible or not very good and to eat. However, the price is still very high because they need a lot of what we call aquarium lovers would like to spend money of this angel fish, for example, up to 500 rupiah per fish. But because there is no proper management, then most of this fish actually has been depleted close to the big cities. So we need to maintain this population again, even like close to the big cities, because the data show in Pangkep, for example, most of this in the Liukan Tupabiring already disappeared. We only have this in Sulawesi, much further from mainland, including Takabonerate and Liukan Tangaya, in the what we call in the middle of Makassar Strait. Next, please. This is just a few examples of many other organisms, many other species in our marine, very rich marine biodiversity. However, sometimes we don't really have we now they written in management strategy. It's not listed under marine and fisheries data. So that when we studied this for 1 year, we found out unless proper management is taken seriously, maybe these species will be disappear. Therefore, the Ministry of Marine Affairs actually has declared 5 years ago to be able to maintain the population of these Isasipuris. This is just an example against that we need to have a strong science to be able to support a good and better management to be sustainably used. Next, please. More light to go. Next, I still have time. Corals have been a little bit controversy. Many people believe that we cannot utilize corals. I said, no, this is animals. We can always utilize these animals. We can always optimize the use of this animal if we properly manage. We can use technology to propagate them. We can use technology to make even hatchery of these corals to be able to sell them with a very high price. I know that the last minister tried to ban of exporting these corals, but I against that policy because we have marine scientists, we have marine and fisheries scientists, biologists, marine biologists, who can actually provide technology to be able to make this available on the market without harming them, without endanger their population, the nature. Next, please. Let's talk talk about people. People in Indonesia actually very unique. Many of these tribes, including Madura, Bugis, Bajo, and Buton, actually is not easily what we call registered as a local fisherman because they can fish all over Indonesia. That means our anthropologists, our social scientists, our marine economists need to understand this, that when we talk about Indonesian marine resources, we need to talk about how the marine people of Indonesia are really exploiting these resources. So we need to have the interdisciplinary to be able to make sure that these resources can be optimized to help the fishermen to gain economy. But if you overlay between poverty and also biodiversity, next slide, please. We as a marine scientists actually feel very bad in terms of how come, next please, next slide, how come the poverty index overlap with the global, what we call biodiversity richness. So the richest biodiversity also overlap with the poorer community. So this is a paradox that we need to change. We cannot make this happening all the time because otherwise what people would like to do in the future is just destroy marine biodiversity because they are not really supporting poverty. That's why I think our economists need to be able to make sure, and our Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries now supporting quite a lot effort in optimizing the resources in Eastern Indonesia, because we know that this is also the center of the biodiversity, not only for Indonesia, but the biodiversity of the world. Next, please. What is the solution? This is a challenge. This is still a risk that we are going to face, but because of limited time, I would like to 10 to 11, 10. Next, please, Buruhani. This is just to explain that by 2050, many of these reefs become more vulnerable. If we classify the threat under whether this is global or locals, Indonesia actually still face 85% of the threat coming from local threats. Therefore, our solution is to manage this local threat, to build that people, and in the same time, we tried our roles in the global to also reduce the impact of global thermal or climate change, including ocean acidification. Next, please. So for this 85%, let's think about how do we maintain our diversity at the local scale. Yeah, we can develop what we call integrated coastal management. We can develop marine protected area. We can develop even locally managed marine or fisheries management. And this is all actually, if we develop this local management, then this will build also resilience of this coral reef, seagrass, mangrove, and all coastal and marine ecosystems, resilience to climate change threats that is going to be accelerate in the next decades. Next, please. Next. Many things that we do in Indonesia and UNHAS, including propagate corals, and this is just an example of our college that we help the private company through Mars Symbioscience. When we found this situation, we need to be able to proactively find a solution to rehabilitate these ecosystems. This is just an example that technology can help, biotechnology can help. Next, please. If we allow this to be like this, within 20 years, we cannot resolve it. This is technology that we developed with Mars. This is a chocolate company from US actually, that we developed these spiders in order to stabilize sediments and also transplanting corals into the spiders. And within few years, we can actually change those empty sediment with only rubbles to coral dominated substrates. Next, please. Next. Okay, so what the solutions for the future? They will be increasing pressure. They will be increasing challenge. But without proper management, the scenario would be we come to business scenario where all this ecosystem will be degraded. But as a scientist, maybe many managers in this audience, let's work together. Let's find the solution to change the scenario to be more what we call best possible scenario. And that will require many possible activities or policies, including legislations, policy, participation of many stakeholders. And of course, we need strong science management. We need to have integrating land-based marine coastal in terms of ecosystem-based management, because many of the pressure are also coming from the mainland. And we need to improve the resilience of the ecosystem through marine protected area networks. And we need to be proactively rehabilitate this, restore this coastal ecosystem. And of course, for climate change, we need to develop strategy for adaptation and also mitigation to be able to make the ecosystem more resilient. I think I come to my last slide. Next, please. As a global society, would like to emphasize this. We already have this Coral Triangle Initiative. This has been supported by many international development agencies, many countries. Let's continue supporting this to be able to really protect what we call the Coral Triangle Initiative, not for Indonesia, not for this Coral Triangle Southeast Asia, but what we call Coral Triangle really means this is the global and this is the world marine biodiversity hotspot. So we are, by protecting this, we're actually protecting the place, what we call the most important refuge for marine life, where we are really around our neighbors. So I hope that through this symposium, we really put the science and technology and management and also stewardship, our care to this marine biodiversity, because we're proud as Indonesia and also hope for international community helping us, please, to be able to protect this for all. And thanks for still time for question, and I will give the time back to the moderators. Terima kasih sekali lagi, lebih kurangnya mohon maaf. Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to our plenary speaker, Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa, for really interesting presentation. Now we have time to open discussions or questions time. Maybe stop sharing. So anyone who have questions can raise a hand through these raise hand things in a Zoom. Have a look. Or you can directly asking questions, please. Anyone?
Bu Rohani?
Yes.
While we are waiting for the questions, I still want to mention one thing before we open for another session.
Okay, please.
Yes. Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. I'm advisor for the Minister for Marine Ecology. Actually, always open to any suggestion, any inputs, any recommendation, and we also become maybe. I give an example. When the minister declared Minister the number 12, 2020 about lobsters, lobsters has controversy. Try to explain that upon science, spreading or exporting what we call perulus, BBL, bening lobsters. The science need to provide more evidence that we actually have miliar sekitar 1 miliar population of this perulus, and we when other people say, well, we better off, culture by ourselves. Yes, that's very good. We need to develop aquaculture, and the ministry has pushed that very strongly now to develop what we call lobster aquaculture. However, if we develop aquaculture now, we only can absorb about 2 million until maximum of 3 million Perulus. That means we have hundreds of millions out there that if you don't utilize it, the mortality rate is about 99.95%. So basically what we are going to export, the Perulus that we are going to export, not only helping this economy of the fishermen and the locals, not only helping also the economy for the exporters, but actually we are saving the value of these Perulus that will die naturally. If you don't use it, then they will die naturally 99.95%. Well, that's why we changed the formal regulation to catch these Perulus, and we culture them into our caramba and other aquaculture facilities, but the rest we can always export them to be able to provide economy for this nation. Our economy will be, went down to minus. We are facing economic recession. So please, we need to answer this through fisheries and marine economy. We cannot be too conservative and not necessarily true scientifically, but then what we need to make sure that we need to develop a good and a better economy for fishermen and for Indonesia from a marine and fisheries sector.
Okay, Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa, you have one questions from Pak Rajivman. This is in a chat. The question is, how about significance of seaweed in inhibiting coral reef growth in South Sulawesi?
Can you repeat, Bu Rohani?
The question is, how about the significance of seaweed in inhibiting coral reef growth in South Sulawesi?
Yes, it was an issue, and that's international issue. It was discussed in one of the international seaweed symposium in Bali at the time, but mostly based on assumption. Our data shows that if you have, first of all, we need to remember that seaweed culture is only 40 days period in one cycle. So within that 40 days of this.
Wow.
Hello.
Killing them, reduce the growth, but coral can compensate through increasing the zooxanthellae. But what we need to pay attention mostly is the structure of the seaweed aquaculture. We need to make sure they don't lie the ropes and put the seaweed culture off so that we can still manage to be destroying the ecosystem. So I think that's why we need to have marine and fisheries scientists to be able to provide advice what method can be used to optimize both economy, ecology. Science need to be always there. There's been social balance with economy and also with the ecology. So that three balance need to be maintained.
Okay. Next questions to Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa. This is from Pak Maskun. How's your opinion related to the government policy from banning exporting baby lobster in Ibu Susi's regime to allowing with some requirements in the Ministry Marine and Fisheries?
Yeah, I mentioned that the last ministerial decree or we are not allowed to catch for whatever reason, only for scientific reason. We allow them to catch aquaculture even. So it's very bad not allowing to catch this baby lobster to be provided to develop aquaculture. That's actually happening all over the world, that people still catch the plulus for aquaculture. So the last that minister decree was wrong, which was economy and not properly designed without appropriate science. So what we decided now is we changed that law, the regulation. We can catch the plulus, but of course we need to provide what we call quota. So we provide quota to be able to make sure the sustainability is plulus.
Prof. Jompa, you still
Just
there?
Indonesia. Yes, hello?
Okay, so
Hello?
maybe the signals. That's okay, you can continue.
Yes. So I think it's very clear message now that we need to optimize the marine and fisheries resources in our marine for the sake of Indonesian economy, for the sake of local business to really optimize these resources. But on the same time, we need to protect these resources, not to be overly fished, not to be overly used. And again, I think we need this balance, and we need to have scientific judgment to be able to say how many that you can catch and how many that we need to export. So don't worry, we will provide advice, consider for this. Thanks again.
And then that's another question, Prof. Jompa from Prof.
I know my.
Yeah. Okay. Prof. Dadang asking, how far do the coral reef recover from bleaching in Indonesia?
Thanks, Dadang, for your attention for coral bleaching. First, in 2010, actually our coral bleaching is minor. Only pale, and some of them bleach, and some of them very small, severely bleach. But in 2000, and most of them actually recover. But in 2016, a lot of these severely bleach, and a lot of them actually do not recover. So it is what we call species specific. Some of the corals are more susceptible compared to the other species. But in general, our coral reefs compared to Australia, remember Australia, Japan, and many other countries, including US, Caribbean, Hawaii, most of them coral bleaching is one of the highest threat for coral mortality, and the recovery is very low, only about maybe 20 to 25%. That's why Australian coral declining due to climate change. While Indonesia actually is about 15% was destroyed by bleaching, but most recover. If we put percentage, approximately 5% Indonesian coral die due to bleaching. But remember, if we protect them, the growth of corals within a year can surpass the final. We still have potential to be able to recover properly through coral bleaching.
Okay.
We have analysis of stressors. That means that will become more difficult for coral bleaching to recover. That's my answer, Prof. Thanks for.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Jompa. Actually, we still have a few questions, but because of the time, I hope the participants who have a question still to Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa can do through chat to him. Thank you, Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa, for really interesting presentations, and I hope all the burning question is already answered. And then thank you also for the whole participants who joined these sessions. And we give applause to Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa. Okay, by now I give it back to the Organizing Committee.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Professor Jamaluddin Jompa and our moderator, Professor Rahani. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the next presentation from our next keynote speakers, Professor Alexander V. Babanin from the University of Melbourne. Therefore, I invite our moderator, Dr. Agustinus Ribal, MSc, to lead our discussion. Dr. Agustinus, time is yours.
Thank you very much for the committee. My name is Agustinus Ribal. I'm from the Department of Mathematics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Hasanuddin University. As scheduled, our next speaker is in this plenary session would be Professor Alexander Babanin from the University of Melbourne, Australia, in which I will be the moderator. Before I give the chance to Professor Babanin to deliver his presentation, let me introduce him to all the audience. However, if one attended our second ICOS conference in 2017, they probably already know Professor Babanin, who was our keynote speaker at the time as well. So let me share my screen and hang on. Sorry, I got the problem. Oops. Oh, I got a technical issue, but I will solve it. Oh. Sorry, I got the technical issue, I guess, from okay.
Yeah, it's already on the screen.
It's fine. Oh, all right. So Professor Alexander Babanin is a full professor in ocean engineering, Melbourne School of Engineering, the University of Melbourne, Australia. His research interest is all about ocean waves, including wind generated waves, ocean dynamics, or extreme waves, wave statistics, and etc. And then what is teaching? At the moment, he's teaching a port and harbor engineering, metocean engineering, coastal and ocean engineering, fleet mechanics, etc. And then his collaborators his collaboration include joint publications, projects, proposals from and students with researchers from more than 30 countries, including Indonesia. And then he also developed and teaches an engineering qualification that is new to Australia and New Zealand, which is called Graduate Certificate in Port and Engineering. And then with Hasanuddin University, at the moment he actually working on some his collaboration with Hasanuddin University at the moment. Melbourne School of Engineering and Faculty of Engineering have extended collaborations, joint research, publications, visits, and are now working on joint postgraduate teaching program in port engineering. So hopefully will come soon the program in port engineering in Hasanuddin University. About his competitive grant funding, Professor Babanin has won and managed competitive research grants worth of millions of dollars in Australia, United States of America, South America, Asia, and Europe. And in the last 10 years, he actually won about 57 grants where 36 of them he's a chief investigator. And the worth is more than $16 million. His total publication is at the moment is about more than 300 papers, where 173 in Scopus, and citation and impact. As you can see, its index in Scopus is 37, while in Google Scholar is 45, where about 4,600 in Scopus citation and almost 7,000 in Google Scholar. He's reviewing more than 100 journals worldwide. And he actually has been employing about 19 postdoctoral research fellows. At the moment, there are 3 still ongoing. And then his PhD students have been completed about 22, that's including me. So Professor Babanin was my PhD supervisor. And now at the University of Melbourne, Professor Babanin supervises 10 PhD students and co-supervises 6 PhD students. So that's very short CV from Professor Babanin, but actually he sent me about more than 80 pages of his CV, but I tried to just make it short, otherwise I will use all of his time. So I tried to manage to use his time for 5 minutes. So I hope Professor Babanin from University of Melbourne has joined. And okay, I saw he's joined, and then he's now going to present his topic, and his topic entitled "Ocean Waves as a Link Between Metocean Timescales, Turbulence, Waves, Weather, Climate, and Between Environments, Deepwater Coast, Marginal Ice Zone." So I'll pass to Professor Babanin, and time is yours.
Thank you very much, Agustinos, and I'm very glad to be back. Agustinos, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can. We can hear you. Yes.
Great to be back to this wonderful conference. As Agustinos mentioned, I attended this conference a few years back now, and that was a wonderful experience. The beautiful country, the excellent university, wonderful people at the university, at the conference, fantastic food. And what actually happened to me at that conference, at the banquet, I was dancing, which I hadn't done, I don't know, for 20 years before, and haven't done since.
You still remember it, Professor?
I do remember that, and I hope that this pandemic will be over one day and we can start repeating the face-to-face conferences. In the meantime, it's great to be here as a speaker online, and thank you also, Madam Rector, for your kind works, and the organizing committee for inviting me again. Let me try and share my screen with my presentation, because it also includes some videos, and if not, then Agustinos has a backup. Agustinos, for some reason, I'm struggling with sharing the screen. Is it possible to start my presentation on your side?
Sure. Yeah, I can. Let me share then. Might be from the committee, but let me share it, this one. This one, right?
Oh, it's working now.
Okay. So I'll stop there. I'll stop sharing my screen then. Okay. Yep.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Sorry about that. I can't see it myself.
So we can, okay.
Okay. Is it working now?
Yep, it works.
All right.
Yes.
Sorry about that. It's technical problems, they're inevitable. So today I would like to talk about the ocean waves, not as such, because the surface waves, the ocean waves can be a research topic in its own right, and they're very important in all applications from ocean engineering to forecast, but about the ocean waves as the link between the large-scale processes. And that's weather and climate, and how the waves, if we understand how they work and if we understand how we can model them, can be included in the large-scale models from weather to climate, and also how waves are important in the shallow water environments. Agustinus wanted me to mention that in this presentation, and of course, I understand that Indonesia and Australia, the countries with the large extended coastal areas where this knowledge is important. So the ocean waves, you see on the right schematics taken from an old paper of Professor Chalikov, also in our ocean group here, University of Melbourne. The waves are in the middle at the surface, but they affect the wave boundary layer above them, all the way to the free atmosphere where the jet planes are flying. And therefore, if we are to model precisely, accurately, the weather, marine weather specifically, then we have to understand these effects. Otherwise, these are just parameterized, and therefore, on average, they may or may not perform. Below the ocean surface, the waves also have a big impact. They create turbulence, and the turbulence can mix through the thermocline, which is usually about 40 meters deep. But if it's mixed through, then the colder waters below thermocline get involved, and then they cool the surface, and then they impact again the weather and air-sea interactions and tropical cyclones, and they impact biology as well. And the previous keynote talk was about the biology, right? Because once you do bring more turbulence in the upper ocean layer, you affect the transport of the nutrients, for example, and that's connected to the primary biological production and everything else. So if we don't take account for the wave effects directly, then we reach saturation in performance of these models. In a very brief summary of these introductory slides, in the atmospheric boundary layer, the wind generates the waves, but the waves as a surface roughness and as a process which facilitates the fluxes between the atmosphere and the ocean, then changes the very wind which generated them. Below the surface, apart from mixing, they also generate currents. The tradition in a large-scale modeling is that small scales are separated. There is turbulence, there is waves, there's a small scale, seconds, minutes, and there are large scales, days and years. That's the weather and the climate. But nature doesn't know that it's separated, right? All the scales are continuous. And now we're getting better understanding of how these scales are connected, and that's what I will try and talk about. Also, the computer capabilities these days, they allow us to run models which connect all the scales at the same time, and you can still run them together. So about these scales, on the atmospheric scales side, the waves create two scales. One of them is linked to their wavelength, which is about 100 meters in the ocean. Another is connected to the wave crest, and which is basically half of the wave height. So we know this is scale of meters. So we should keep in mind what kind of scales we're talking about when we are trying to implement them in our models. On the surface, the waves create or moderate all the air-sea fluxes, and that's energy, that's the momentum, that's the moisture, that's the aerosol, which then creates the clouds and affect the climate. That's the gas transfer across the surface, that's the heat fluxes. All of them are either created by the waves or changed by the waves in some way, often very significant. And then below the surface, waves create the momentum, which goes to the currents or to the bottom in the shallow areas, and turbulence, which does the mixing. So let's talk about the atmosphere first. The wave boundary layer, which is the lowest layer of the atmospheric boundary layer, is usually described parametrically just through the so-called drag coefficient. What is drag coefficient? There is this formula in the middle, and everybody who dealt with the air-sea interactions know this formula. We need to know the momentum flux from the atmosphere, from the wind to the ocean, and we parameterize that in terms of U star, which is called friction velocity, because it has dimension of velocity, meters over seconds, but it is not a velocity anywhere in the physical space. It just has dimension of velocity. Its physical meaning, it's the square root of the momentum flux. And momentum flux is not the velocity. Momentum flux is this U prime, W prime, which is the coherent behavior of the turbulent fluctuations, horizontal U prime and vertical W prime together. That's what we need to know. But it's very hard to measure, and meteorological models usually don't give it to us. So we use drag coefficient, CD, to convert the mean wind speed, U10, which is usually known. It's easier to measure, and you can also get it from meteorological models. It has the same dimension if squared as the momentum flux. And we multiply it by this magical drag coefficient. We get the momentum flux from the mean wind velocity. But unfortunately, this a magical coefficient is not so magical. And you can see at the top right corner of my screen the scatter of the measurements of this coefficient, and it's hundreds of %. And it's not because the measurements are not accurate. It's because you replace the whole complex physics, dynamics, and thermodynamics of the lower boundary layer with a single number. Obviously, that cannot be expected to perform very accurately. So we did lab field experiments to try and figure out what this coefficient depends on, and more importantly, to see if we can put the knowledge of the waves which create these fluxes and therefore define this coefficient into the parameterizations. So at the top bottom left corner, you see two formulas. One of them is the one which you already know. That's you can get the friction velocity and therefore the momentum flux from measurements of the turbulence, U prime, W prime. Or you can get the same, it should be the same, friction velocity from the measurements of the profile of the wind in the bottom boundary layer. This is the so-called constant flux layer. So the profile should be semi-logarithmic, as we know that from the fluid mechanics, and we can measure U star if we measure the slope of this profile. And these are independent measurements of U star. So if they agree with each other, then your measurements are correct. And you see my comparisons in the plots on the right. that's U star measured with the sonic anemometer, which measures turbulence, and U star obtained from these profiles, which you see. They agree with each other very well, except very light winds, like less than 4 meters per second. We don't worry about them now. So our measurements are accurate, and still we have that huge scatter, 400% when we obtain the parameterization of the drag coefficient from that. Why is that? Some time ago, Vladimir Makin from Holland and myself, we wrote this paper where we said, well, drag coefficient is just a number. And if you want to parameterize based on the physical constraints, the fluxes in the lower boundary layer, there is at least 16 influences from the waves and the wind, which affect this parameterization. That's in the paper of 2008, we counted 16, and now I can probably count even more. So if we want to improve this parameterization, then we can just keep adding and adding more complexity, more sophistication, and more parameters to such parameterization. Or we can include the waves directly. And I will show you here just one impact of the waves, which is essential for modeling the marine weather and marine boundary layer here. I already mentioned that from fluid mechanics, we know that near the surface, if there is a flow above the surface, whatever it is, it can be solid surface, it's the so-called wall layer in turbulence, then the flux is constant. Right, but in case of the waves, the flux is still constant. You see this tau at the bottom right corner, but it consists of 3 parts: pure turbulence, the orbital motion in the air induced by the waves, and the flux which goes from the wind to the wave growth. Right, so this is a flux which the wind loses, but it's not passed to the mean currents, it passed to the waves, it goes into their growth. So there are 3 components in that. And if we go closer and closer to the surface, then the turbulent component is reducing further and further down to 0 at the very surface. And this pressure component, which goes into the wave growth, goes up, and it's 100% at the surface. So depending how close to the surface you do your measurements, your agreement between these 2 separate measurements of the momentum flux will disagree. And at the top left corner, you see the comparison of U star measured by hot wire. So this is turbulence measurements, and by sonic anemometer, which is high above the surface. So both supposedly measure the same thing, the turbulent momentum flux, but close to the surface, the one-to-one line would be green. Far away from the surface, the one-to-one line would be is green. They agree with each other, and when you go closer to the surface, then the turbulent flux goes down very significantly. It's about 1/3 of what you measure far above the surface. And that's in the constant flux layer. So if you don't know that, you get this momentum flux, you extrapolate that to some standard wave height, you get the mean wind speed, which is different from the actual mean wind speed, but that's what you put into your marine weather forecast. And the bottom left subplot shows that the differences of such extrapolations for the mean wind speed now can be as large as 10%. And if it goes into the wave forecast, then the bias for the wave forecast for the wave height may be as big as 20. And then that goes into your forecast and decisions about your operation, for example, in the tropical cyclones. I know that in Indonesia, you don't have many of those, but it's certainly the case in Australia. So the wave's already big. You make decisions about how you operate at sea, and you have biases like that if you don't take into account the wave influences in the atmosphere. And I'll probably skip the next couple of slides where I'm trying to convince you that we understand this process right, because not only we measured that, but we also modeled that in our models for the atmospheric boundary layer with account of the waves. This is the wind model coupled with the fully nonlinear model of the surface waves. So when we do that, we get the same effect as in the measurements, except now in the model, we know all the physics which is there, so we can explicitly understand what is going on. And we see that on the left, the U star, the momentum flux, this friction velocity very near the surface is only fraction of what it is at the 10-meter height, because your turbulent fluxes which you measure go down near the surface, and your profiles due to the wave influence are not actually semi-logarithmic. They have some complex shape, and then if you are measuring from a buoy somewhere in the middle, assume them logarithmic, you extrapolate to some standard height in your marine weather forecast, you get the bias, which then goes into your atmospheric predictions, but also into your wave predictions. And this is an example of real measurements in the tropical cyclones. We have a site for measurements in the path of the tropical cyclones. Schematics on the right shows if you're far away from the surface, well above the crest, the wave influences already dissolved into random turbulence. You measure turbulent flux, you get the total flux. But if you go close to the surface, then there is area where the wave-induced stress is significant, but you don't know about that if you rely on the turbulence measurements. And on the left, that's the biases which you get from the total stress in the tropical cyclone, depending how far you are above the surface in the tropical cyclone measurements. So again, I talked a lot about this as a scientific application, and I realized that not everybody is the tropical meteorologist. In this case, in the tropical cyclones, right? We need to predict what the waves will be. The platform in the middle, they have to make decision whether it's gonna operate or not if the tropical cyclone is coming, and then they stop production, they evacuate the crew, and so on. So they predict the waves a few days in advance based on the prediction of the winds, and they assimilate the data which they get from the buoys, and the buoys, they measure the waves and winds, and the anemometer mast say 3 meters. That's the good anemometer mast, a good height, but the waves are 10 meters, so you measure below the crest. So all your measurements in the marine environment, they are affected by the waves, which are big in this case. Then you have these biases, which are shown in the pictures in this slide, and they go into your forecast. And these biases are not small. They are not even 10%. You can see how big they are, and that's kind of errors which are involved if you then don't take into account the effects of the waves in the atmospheric boundary layer. And this is only one of them. And as I told you, we counted up to 16 such influences of such physical mechanisms even 10 years ago, and probably we can count more now. So what's the way to address that? It's to gradually go from this parametric surface where you don't know waves, just assign some drag coefficient, to the model where the wind is coupled with the surface waves. Now I'm a wave scientist, so I talk always about the waves, but we should not forget that there are, of course, other processes on the ocean surface, and there are currents. And a part of the momentum of the wind goes to the surface currents. And in this picture, which I borrowed from somebody else's paper, Kudryavtsev and Markin, at the bottom, you see the wind speeds from 0 to 25. And the vertical scale is the normalized momentum flux, 100%. So for the light winds, most of the momentum which the wind passes to the ocean surface goes to the currents. And at the high winds, most of the momentum which the wind passes to the ocean surface goes to the waves. And there are two kind of momentum here. They have to add it up. One goes into the wave growth, another into the wave breaking. So a complex environment, when we talk about the air interactions, waves are part of that. They're very important. The flux which they negotiate, they are very important in the context of the air-sea interactions. If not included, you take that on average, then sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, right? As a rule of thumb, when the winds are light, you overestimate the wave effects. If you don't explicitly model them, when the winds are high, you underestimate the wave effects. Now to the wave effects on the ocean side. These effects are, until very recently, are completely overlooked, right? So usually the air-sea interactions in the ocean circulation is modeled in such a way that the wind drives the ocean circulation in the upper ocean. But the air density between the wind and the atmosphere and the water is so big that the wind cannot drive ocean circulation. What it does, it passes slowly the momentum to the currents and to the waves, and they pass the momentum and the energy to the upper ocean. You can skip this phase, the wave phase, then you limit the performance of your model, obviously. And there is a couple of slides here with a lot of bullet points. I know it's painful. You don't need to read them, and there will be not many of those. I'll just wanted to talk about that through. So the wind puts energy into the waves. How do they pass it over to the ocean? Well, the obvious process, the waves break, like what you see at the background slide of my Zoom. When they break, they lose the energy, they lose the momentum. Some of that goes to the atmosphere, most of that goes to the ocean. That's how the turbulence is created. And if that was the only role of the waves, the wave breaking, then indeed we can forget about waves and not model them, unless maybe for applications related to the sediment suspension or biological nutrient transport, right? Because, all right, waves, wind puts energy into the waves, and waves break, pass it to the ocean. For the deep ocean, you don't need to know that waves even existed. But that's not how the waves work and the dynamics of the upper ocean works. The waves have another scale. That's the scale of the wavelength. That's the distance between the crests. In the ocean, that's the scale of 100 meters, even 200 meters, right? And the wave orbital motion then spreads into the ocean column, into the water depth at the same scale, say half of the wavelength, which will also be 100 meters, right? And then there is wave orbital motion through the water column, which directly produces turbulence at the scale of 50 and even 100 meters, not only at the surface when the wave breaking happens. And this mechanism is not accounted for and was overlooked. And when we started putting that into the models for the upper ocean dynamics, then we see many interesting sequences, as I will show you. First, let me explain again this mechanism now with more pictures, more formulas, more schematics. If you work with the turbulence, you know that there is a critical Reynolds number, which Reynolds number characterizes the ratio of the inertial forces because of the motion of the fluid and the viscous forces. If the viscosity is big, then turbulence is not possible, like honey, for example. There is no turbulence in the honey. The viscosity is so large, even though it can exhibit some fluid behaviors, right? But in the water, certainly turbulence is possible. So if Reynolds number greater than something, for the waves we don't know just yet, then the turbulence will be generated by the wave orbital motion. If Reynolds number is greater than this critical value at the surface, then waves will generate turbulence at the surface, right? But the wave orbital motion decays rapidly, exponentially away from the surface. So somewhere below the surface, it will drop below the critical value. And the wave orbital motion, even though these small orbits will still be there, will stop generating turbulence. So there is this layer close to the surface, and once the waves are present, you have extra turbulence there because of the waves. And on average, when you model climate, you model weather, you cannot take that into account on average, because this extra turbulence only exists if the waves exist. There is no waves, there is no storm, there is no extra turbulence because of the waves, obviously. All right, but then if you know the critical Reynolds number, then you can figure out the depth of the mixed layer because of the waves. And there is a number of simple formulas, simple algebra here, which allows us to figure out this depth of the critical layer. If we know the critical Reynolds number, we measured that in the lab, and we can predict the depth of the mixed layer due to the waves. In spring and in summer, it should correspond to the ocean mixed layer depth in general, because most of the mixing is because of the waves. In winter, not in Indonesia, but in cold countries, convective mixing is stronger than due to the waves. And we use this formula to compare with observations in the bottom right corner, and it agrees very well. So that gives us some confidence. Let's go back to and get some theoretical background. When I first started writing papers about that about 15 years ago, reviewers would be coming back at me and saying, well, but we know that the wave motion is potential, has no vorticity, and therefore turbulence is a random vorticity. If there is no vorticity at all, then there cannot be turbulence, right? And indeed, this is what linear wave theory is like. And that's what we teach our students, the potential theory and the potential solutions, of course, don't create any vorticity. And I was trying to explain the potential theory. We initially assume that the water has no viscosity. Otherwise, you can't write the potential equations. And if it doesn't have viscosity, then it cannot have vorticity. But if you include viscosity, then there will be vorticity. And but then you can't solve the potential equations for the wave orbital motion. And indeed, my colleague from the University of Tokyo, Professor Takuji Waseda, told me, Alex, look at the old books of Kinsman, 1964. He did have solutions with viscosity. And I found that book. It's not easy. It's 1964. And indeed, everything new, as there is a saying that everything new is a well-forgotten something old, right? Yes, these solutions already exist 50 years ago. And then the potential theories, their success made people forget about them. And if you start from Navier-Stokes equation, which is the basic equation, is law of Newton for fluids, include viscosity there, then you get the same waves, absolutely the same. But there is a viscous part which causes their decay, but there is also a vorticity there. And of course, the waves can produce vorticity, and random vorticity with random waves on the surface is our turbulence. So that gave us a confidence and the mechanism for explanation of what we see in experiments and what we're talking about. And we did more experiments in the lab, in the field. And one of the most convincing was this experiment, which we did with the colleagues from the First Institute of Oceanography in China, the paper published in 2010. So in the flume, they have a flume, which you see at the top right corner, which can be cooled. It's a wave flume. The waves can be mechanically generated by the wave maker on the right. And at the bottom, you have a freezer. So you can cool the water from the bottom and create the density stratification. If then you switch off the cooler and let the density become uniform again, right? On the left, you see two subplots when this happens without the waves, right? It's just the flume, the water in the flume is exposed to the atmosphere, and the temperature becomes uniform again. On the left, there is a density stratification. That's the temperature along the water depth. And on the right, the temperature is uniform. And there are measurements, and there is a model here, the two subplots. Now, on the right, the other two subplots is you do the same. You create the initial temperature stratification, and then you run waves, very gentle waves. There is no break-in, so there is no turbulence produced by the break-in. There is only this wave-induced turbulence, and it mixes the water, and the temperature becomes uniform again vertically. Now, what is the difference between these two experiments? On the left, without the waves, the bottom scale is time in hours. On the right, the bottom scale is time in minutes. So with the waves, the mixing happens almost 2 orders of magnitude, 100 times faster than without the waves. That shows you the presence of the turbulence, obviously, right? Because it's only turbulence which can increase the mixing, can increase the fluxes by 2 orders of magnitude. So that was the mechanism when the turbulence was generated from scratch. And then I met a colleague, Alex Benilov, and I just here show the slide of his from his paper, who has a different mechanism for the wave-induced turbulence when you don't need a viscosity. The potential waves can produce turbulence if the turbulence is already pre-existing. If there is no turbulence, then potential waves without viscosity cannot generate turbulence. But if there is already turbulence there in the water for whatever reason, and the ocean is always turbulent, and the waves come into the area where this turbulence exists, even if it is very small, then the turbulence starts growing on behalf of the waves. For the waves, that's a dissipation. Turbulence takes some energy from the waves, not much, but it's a dissipation for the waves. But for the turbulence, this is the growth. The waves are the source of energy to grow. And Alex Benilov suggested the mechanism, that's just mathematics, that's instability of 3-dimensional turbulence to the wave orbital motion. It's stretched and it grows. So I thought, all right, so there are 2 different mechanisms. One is the shear stress in the water because there is a vertical profile of the wave orbital velocity and viscosity in the water, and another is the Benilov mechanism, which is interaction of the waves with pre-existing turbulence. We measured the first one in the lab. This is the paper with Brian House from the University of Miami in his tank in Florida. So we know the quantitative characteristics of the turbulence produced by the first mechanism. And on the right is the numerical model, which we developed with Professor Chalikov, Dmitry Chalikov, which models based on the first principle, the same mechanism as Benilov. If turbulence is pre-existing, the potential waves interact with that. And the shaded area shows the overlap where our laboratory experiment took place. Now, these are 2 different mechanisms, right? But the amount of turbulence which they produce agrees very well. So that tells me that these mechanisms also always work together. The wave orbital motion, because of viscosity, because of the shear stresses, produces the turbulence, even if it is not there. And then the Benilov mechanism, once the turbulence is present, because of instability of this 3-dimensional turbulence, make this turbulence grow. And I try to put that into some expression for the attenuation of the waves without breaking. When the wave breaking happens, then there is a lot of dissipation due to white capping. But once the waves propagated away from the storm area, they become swell. They're still there, no breaking, but dissipation does happen as swell propagates large distances. So it happens because of generation of this turbulence, which I was talking about. And then I solved some simple differential equations to figure out the rate of the dissipation and rate of reduction of the wave height of swell as it keeps propagating. And you can go through these formulas quickly, or you can trust me, or you can read the papers, but I'll also make these slides available. Let us see whether we can use this formula to evaluate the swell attenuation. That's a paper which we published about more than 5 years ago now measurements of swell from altimeters from the satellites in the Great Australian Bight. A lot of swell propagates from the Southern Ocean towards Australia. Satellites measure that. So we know how swell decays. You see some individual cases on the right, and you see some average case on the left. We then feed our formula, which I showed you in the previous slide, which is based on the dissipation of waves because of the wave-induced turbulence. And you see that these dependencies agree very well. And we can also use these formulas to calibrate our theoretical dependencies. And now we can put them into the models for the wave forecast. But even more interesting for the model, into the models for the ocean circulation. So this is just the schematics. That's an academic model, not a schematics, it's an academic model. All the fluxes through the ocean interface are switched off, all of them. There is no heat flux, there is no wind, nothing, only the waves. And we have a mixing scheme due to the waves. In one of such models, GOTM is here. And if the waves are big enough, this is what happens to the vertical profiles of the temperature. Every next profile is 2 hours apart. We start from a realistic profile, which is measured for different types of sea surface temperature, warm on the left, colder on the right, measured in the ocean. The depth of the mixed layer is about 30 meters. And then, as I said, every next profile is 2 hours later. Within a few hours, the sea surface temperature drops significantly. Now, remember, this is academic model, so it's only mixing by the waves. So this is because of the waves. The mixed layer depth changes from 30 meters to 70 meters in the space of a few hours. And the sea surface temperature changes by a couple of degrees. Now, this is a significant effect. If we're talking about the tropical cyclones, for example, they feed on the energy of the warm ocean. The ocean must be warm, and we cool the sea surface temperature here, right? So that should have impact on the intensity of the tropical cyclones, which over the last 20 years, we still cannot improve the prediction of this intensity. And this effect is missing, is not there in the present models. Well, people started putting it in now, but it's still not in operational models. But you need to couple waves with the tropical cyclone models, with the air-sea interaction models, with the winds and the ocean together in order to get this effect. So we did that for for a number of cyclones. Actually, I showed just one of them here. That's a tropical cyclone Alwyn in Australia. That's measurements on the northwestern shelf of Australia. So that's the southern hemisphere, keep in mind, right? So the rotation of the tropical cyclone is of the cyclones is in opposite direction compared to the northern hemisphere. And you see the track of the cyclone. And the colors show the difference in the sea surface temperature because of the cyclone influence. On the top, that's the general difference, right? The background temperature is whatever is the sea surface temperature of the ocean. And along the cyclone path, you see the colder water coming all the way to the surface because of the ocean mixing by the cyclone. And to show specifically effect of the waves in such a mixing, at the bottom, we subtracted all the temperature differences except the temperature differences induced by the wave mixing. And you see that the waves in general, they cool the surface as they should be because they involve the colder waters from under the thermocline, but they warm the surface on the left-hand side of the cyclone. It goes from north to south here. And that's because the effects in the ocean, of course, always three-dimensional, and you bend the thermocline. You not just change its horizontal depth, you bend it, and then there are some upwelling, downwelling effects. So this is now the large scale effect, right? The waves are a small scale process in the ocean. Their periods are seconds or tens of seconds, right? And if we're talking about the tropical cyclone, then this is the scale of hours or even days. But let us look at even larger scales. That's seasonal and climate scales. What kind of effect the waves can have on the ocean at those scales. And at the top, you see the measurements of the diffusivity in the ocean without the waves. In the middle with the waves, and at the bottom is the difference. And this difference is apparent and it's global, and that's when you start accounting for the wave-induced mixing. My next slide shows the difference at the large climate scales, and I understand that I'm running out of time here, so I will not explain the table. I will just tell you that if you look at the right hand picture, then the waves put extra energy, the wave-induced mixing, they put extra energy into the ocean somewhere at the depth of the mixed layer, and it stays here. And now it is very important in the climate change scenarios, because the ocean has enormous heat capacity. 2 meters of the ocean water have the same heat capacity as the entire dry atmosphere. So if you are able to accumulate more energy in the ocean, because of whatever, in this case, the wave-induced mixing, you cool the atmosphere. So your climate change scenarios will be different. This is showing how the waves put extra heat in the Antarctic Ocean now, and then they cool the surface. That's in spring. And as a result, you have difference in the ice thickness around Antarctica. This picture shows Antarctica and ice thickness around Antarctica. In different seasons, the ice gets thicker, and that's known in the climate models, a summer bias of the ice thickness, which climate models know for a long time, but they cannot overcome. But the wave effects certainly help you to do that. Now everything changes in extreme conditions, and I also have slides on a wave relevant processes in the coastal areas. But Agostinos is telling me that I don't have time for that. I have to leave some time for questions. And therefore, let me leave these slides. And I'm happy to share them if anybody is interested in the wave-coupled effects in extreme conditions and in the coastal areas. Let me go straight to the conclusions. So coupling of small-scale models, such as waves and turbulence, with large-scale models is necessary, because physics is continuous and nature doesn't know that there are different scales, and computing capabilities these days allow us such coupling explicitly. We can run together small-scale models and large-scale models. The waves on the surface, they provide feedback to the atmospheric boundary layer, to the winds which generate them, to the upper ocean, and to the large-scale Earth interactions. Wave climate also changes. The waves have been growing over the last 20, 30 years also, and Agostinos has a paper in Science about that just recent, so that's a proved effect. Waves are generated in open deep water seas, but are significant players at the coastal areas also in the marginal ice zones, so they are ever present with whatever you do in the ocean. And thank you for your patience. I hope we still have time for some questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Babanin from the University of Melbourne. That's very interesting presentations. Unfortunately, because we don't, due to our time limitations, so we need to cut your presentations. And now we are going to the question sessions. And at the moment, I have 3 questions I got from the chat. And while waiting for the people who can ask directly. So the first question from Professor Dadang from the University of Hasanuddin. The first question is, the growth of global temperature recently will generate many incoming natural disaster from waves, hurricane, etc. What is a better preparation to face these incoming disasters?
There are different levels of preparation. I am sure the government have their plans and the industry have their plans. As a academic scientist, right? From my perspective, the best way to get ready is to get the best possible physics, understanding of the best possible physics of what is going on. Then we will be predicting the future changes correctly, put that in the models, and then let the decision makers make their decisions based on the best possible forecast, which is coming from our academic science.
Okay. And the second question is from Yusni35. This from Hasanuddin University as well. What is the role of Langmuir circulation in determining the turbulent diffusion of the ocean?
Langmuir circulation is a process which is produced by the waves, right? So I didn't talk about that because obviously there's so much to talk about that you can't put everything into the single talk. So maybe one day I'll come to Hasanuddin University and we will talk about that in more detail. But the waves, once they're present, they produce a number of physical mechanisms which affect the upper ocean mixing. That's the breaking, that's the wave-induced turbulence, and the waves trigger at some circumstances, not always, but at some circumstances, they also trigger the Langmuir circulation, right? And that's the circulation which takes water from the surface and brings it to the bottom of the mixed layer. So it's actually physically moving the water from the surface to the depth of 40-50 meters. So they do contribute somewhat to the ocean mixing. They do have their role in the ocean mixing. That's one of the processes which is connected to the waves.
Okay, and the last question for a while, which is from Professor Ivan Aziz from Department of Mathematics. You are talking about some models. In using those models, do you do refinements on the models?
Absolutely. We are academic scientists, right? But after being so long in the academic science, I noticed that unless you try and put your research into the practical models yourself, it is very unlikely that your research will make it into the practical applications very soon, right? Doesn't work this way like the Bureau of Meteorology. They read your paper and they think, oh, why don't we just change our models, right? These very conservative societies and for a good communities, practical communities, and for a good reason. They have to deliver the forecast every day. They cannot rely on experimenting and see whether it works or not. So we do, and I'm happy to share these versions of the models. If there is interest, Professor Ifanazi, please contact me. We do put that into the models ourselves, right? And we test them on practical cases, and then we offer the models which are ready for implementation for the broader community. And you, Agustinus, okay, you know that very well, right? Because you do that yourself, right? We do that with you in collaboration, right?
Sure, yeah. All right. Thank you very much for that. And then we still have about 2 or 3 minutes. And then if anyone of the audience want to ask question directly, we'll give that last chance for 1 or 2 questions, if any. Okay, all right. So, okay. I got the one questions from Rizky. He says that your tau constant, which describe relation between wind and water wave movement, is that have been verified on restricted parameter laboratorium scale experiment?
Oh yes, we have numerical models, right? So we always test our ideas on numerical models first. And we have numerical models based on first principles, right? So there's no parameterizations there, right? We have the model of the wind coupled with the waves, both solve basic equations of the fluid mechanics, right? It's law of Newton. So we try to understand the processes first, and then we do the measurements, right? And laboratory measurements, but because we are an ocean engineering group, we also do field measurements. So as far as the drag coefficient is concerned and the measurements of the total flux is concerned, we are quite confident that the data results which we provide correct not only qualitatively but also quantitatively. We measured that in the field, in the lake, in the ocean, all the way to extreme conditions such as hurricanes.
All right. We now have to the end of this session, but we do have one more last question. So the last question is from Alimuddin Asgaf. Tell me more about recent development in wave-induced stress model.
The wave-induced mixing is a very popular topic now, right? It's like 15 years ago, it was totally unknown. 50 years ago, everybody knew about that. And potential theories led scientists somewhere else. And 15 years ago, it was unknown. Now, about the last 10 years, the wave-induced mixing, as well as wave coupling, with the large-scale models becoming more and more popular in academic research. And over the last 5 years, the weather agencies now start implementing that in their marine weather and ocean circulation and their climate projections and forecasts. And that's the case in Australia. That's the case in the United States and Canada, North America. In Europe, both European Center for Marine Weather Forecast do that, and also individual European countries. I'm not sure about what is the state of this forecast in Indonesia, right? Maybe you can tell me. It's a general trend, and the wave-induced mixing, because its impact in the upper ocean, it affects the small the air-sea interactions at these seasonal scales, synoptic scales, but also at the climate scale. So we see this in applications everywhere, from tropical cyclones to marginalized zone to sediment suspension, and all the way to the climate.
All right. Thank you very much for all the answers, and then also for the audience who asked the questions. Now we have to finish this session because of the time. And we'd like to thank you very much for Professor Bobanin for joining us in this conference. And we wish you we can invite you to the next conference, because this conference will be held at least every 2 years. And we hope you still can help us to share your knowledge, and especially the development of waves in the University of Melbourne. And the conference committee send their birthday wish to your son and wish him all the best to him.
All the best to him.
So if I'll give you 2 minutes to say let's say closing statement if you wish, and so time's yours.
Yes, Agostinos, thank you for remembering about the birthday of my son. And I thank you very much to you as the moderator and to the organizing committee for inviting me. And in the first place, to all the participants. I see an enormous number, 270 present at the lecture. And of course, delivering lecture to such a big audience who are interested in this topics which I'm talking about. I understand that's not everybody else's research. It's a big honor, and I hope that it will be useful. And this is what your conference ICOS is making possible, right? Making possible for people from different disciplines, different countries, different universities to meet, even if in this case just on our screens, to meet, to talk, to exchange the ideas, and to create opportunities. Thank you for that.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks again, Professor Bobanin from the University of Melbourne, and we'll see you later.
Thank you.
So now I send back to the committee.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Babanin from the University of Melbourne and Dr. Agustina Sribal as our moderator. So now, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end for our plenary session. We hope you find a great knowledge during our plenary session. Before we move to the next agenda, we would like to remind you to change your name on Zoom profile into your paper code. So it will make it easier to arrange you to a particular meeting room in the parallel session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will start the parallel session in a very short moment where every participant will enter the particular meeting room. However, before that, we would like to remind you the code of conduct during the parallel session. The first one, please set your paper code as your name in your Zoom profile, as it will make it easier to arrange you to break out from meeting. Secondly, each presenter should prepare their paper presentation material in PDF or PowerPoint. For the duration 7 until 10 minutes, include question and answer session. Presentation must be done by oral, not by a poster, with all presenters supposed to use English language. The next rule is participant can ask for questions via chat by Zoom or raising your hand. And also, all the audience should mute their speaker during presentation. Another participant present their paper. And the last one, please set the ICOS background as your Zoom background picture during this conference. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I hand it over to the all hosts and co-hosts to lead the parallel session. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind you that you have to set your name on your Zoom profile as the name set on your paper card. It will make it easier to arrange you to break out meeting room. Please find your paper code and then change your name on your Zoom profile, please. Once more, we would like to remind you that please set your paper code as your name in your Zoom profile to make it easier for us to arrange you to enter the breakout meeting room. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there is a new announcement for your parallel session before that. So because we still arrange your breakout room, so it's time for you to take a break. So we will see you at 1 p.m. But remember, don't leave this meeting room. You just have to turn off your video and also mute your mic, and then you can take a break. We would like to remind you once again, don't leave this meeting room because we still arrange your breakout meeting room. Okay, so you can take break now and we'll see you at 1 p.m. But please don't leave this meeting room. You just have to turn off your video and turn off your mic or mute your mic, and then you can take a break. And after that, we would like to remind you once again, please set your paper code as your name in your Zoom profile. Please set your paper code as your name in your Zoom profile, unless we cannot arrange you to the breakout meeting room. Okay, so it is the time for you to take a break. Don't leave this meeting room, just turn off your video and also mute your mic. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind you that there is another plenary session at 3 p.m., another plenary session at 3 p.m. with another keynote speakers, so don't miss it. If you want to take a break now, you can take a break now, but please don't leave this room. Don't leave this meeting room. You just have to turn off your video and also mute your mic. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm stopping thunder. I can make you prouder. Flying to the highest stars. To the highest stars. Yeah, I break the chains and dancing in the rain. I'm living on a jet plane. I got so much more to gain. So much more to gain. I can be that silver lining in the cloud. I'ma show the world what I'm about. I will sing out loud. I will sing out loud. Oh yeah. I can be that hole in the universe. I can be that joy that you deserve. I will sing out loud. I will sing out loud. You can be the fire that lights up the world. With your energy stronger together. You can climb higher to the top of the world. With your spirit, you're unbeatable. They say I will never make it. They say that I just don't have it. They say just go back, forget it. They say, I say, well, I'm just gonna get it. I say I won't stop till I made it. I say I will not regret it. I say I can be that silver lining in the cloud. I'ma show the world what I'm about. I will sing out loud. I will sing out loud. Oh yeah. I can be that hole in the universe. I can be that joy that you deserve. I will sing out loud. I will sing out loud. You can be the fire that lights up the world. With your energy stronger together. You can climb higher to the top of the world. With your spirit, you're unbeatable. I can be that silver lining in the cloud. Yeah, I'ma show the world what I'm about. I will sing out loud. If you're feeling stronger, clap your hands. I can be that hole in the universe. I can be that joy that you deserve. I will sing out loud. If you're feeling lonely, tag your friends. Let's take it higher now. You can be the fire that lights up the world. With your energy stronger together. You can climb higher to the top of the world. With your spirit, you're unbeatable. time of our lives. Oh, let me see the light and feel so beautiful. Let this be the time of our life. Beauty is vain, charm is deceitful, strength is my friend, 'cause luck is unfaithful. Grace is my makeup, gold what I'm made of. I'm reaching for the stars so you know where to find me. Pain is my fuel, set me on fire. You shoot me down, but I'm flying higher. They're cruel, they're fool, they're trying to break my soul. They won't, they don't, and I wanna dance tonight until forever. Let this be the time of our lives. Oh, let me see the light and feel so beautiful. Let this be the time of our lives.
She knows when she wake up, she don't even need no single makeup. That's my woman, she all caked up, ready for the world, she always face up. You can't dim the light that shine from within. She on fire, 11 kick in, speaking from the row where she sits in. When she speaks, his story begins. She's a homemaker, record breaker, what don't break her, they just make her. Watch out players, say your prayer, she know better, one for never. She dance like no one else business, she dance on every man's wish list. She the illest, most def the realest. Turn the lights on, we about to witness.
Dance tonight until forever. Let this be the time of our lives. Oh, let me see the light and feel so beautiful. Let this be the time of our lives.
And now she's coming for you, you better ready for this inner force.
Irama baru dongkori simbolenda. Soe-soe nalimana angka-angka na bangkena. Soe-soe nalimana angka-angka na bangkena. King-king lipana, king-king lipana. Sake kanang ini cini. Tunairi kana-kana tutuiri panggaukan. Tunairi kana-kana tutuiri panggaukan. Mabaji ampe alusuri panggaukan. Baju bodoh kasaeja lipasa pecura laba. Baju bodoh kasaeja lipasa pecura laba. Bunga ni guba.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, ladies and gentlemen. Within 15 minutes, we are going to do the parallel session. For all the participants, the committee will send you an automatic invitation to join the breakout rooms. So you just have to click the join. If you see now in your Zoom profile, you can click the join invitation. So the committee will be directing you to each particular meeting room. We are going to start the parallel session at 1 p.m. So now if you're already done your break, you can join now, turn on your video, but don't turn on your mic, it's still mute. Now we are going to remind you about the code of conduct of the parallel session. The first one, please set your paper code as your name in your Zoom profile, as it will make it easier to direct you to the breakout meeting rooms. Each presenter should prepare their paper presentation material in PDF or PowerPoint for the duration 7 until 10 minutes, include question and answer session. Presentation must be done by oral, and all presenters must present their presentation use English language. All the audience should mute their speaker during presentation. Another participant present their paper. Participants can ask for questions via chat, by Zoom, or raising your hand. Please set the ICOS background as your Zoom background picture. Now just wait for the invitation, for the notification to join your breakout room meetings. And after that, you are directing to your particular meeting rooms. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, there will be the second plenary session at 3 p.m. So don't forget to join, because we will hear another presentation for 2 other keynote speakers. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying in the main meeting room. As we noticed that some of participants has finished their parallel sessions, we are going to announce that within 15 minutes, we are going to start the plenary session. You can have some rest during this time, but please don't leave the main meeting room. We are going to see you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, Mr.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start our plenary session in a very short moment. So please, for all participants that's still in the breakout meeting rooms, can you please coming back to the main meeting room as we will start our plenary session in a very short moment. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, for all the participants that has finished their parallel sessions, can you please coming back to the main meeting room because we are going to start our plenary session with the first keynote, with the third keynote speaker. Thank you.
I think Prof. Yan is already around. You, Professor Yan, the keynote speakers.
Yes, Prof.
Already around.
Okay, so we are going to start the plenary session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main meeting room. Now we are going to start our plenary session with the third keynote speakers is Professor Jan Lindert Nouwen from Erasmus University. Then to lead the discussion, I would like to invite the moderator, Dr. Rina Masada, MPhil, SPPAK, DFM, to lead this session. Dr. Rina, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This afternoon, we have a keynote speaker from the Netherlands, Professor Jan Lindert Nouwen, from Erasmus MC Rotterdam, the Netherlands. Jan, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Good afternoon, and also goedemorgen for
Yes,
Jan.
exactly. Thank you.
All right. Okay, I will start with share screen. Please allow me to introduce Prof. Jan to the audience. I will share screen your brief CV. You can see my share screen, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Professor Jan Nouwen is an internist infectious disease specialist. He is an associate professor in infectious disease, coordinator minor global health education, Erasmus MC. He is a coordinator research master education in Erasmus MC, and a program director research master and graduate program infectious and immunity. Professor Jan collaborate with Indonesia since 2016 in the RENIN collaboration Research Education Network Indonesia Netherlands, which is involved 6 universities in Indonesia, include Medical Faculty of Hasanuddin University, Eijkman Institute, LPDP Jakarta, LPDP Indonesia, and also the Erasmus MC. Well, Professor Jan will present a very interesting topic, which is the treatment option for COVID-19, an update. So we know that COVID infection is still, pandemic of COVID is still high in Indonesia. So Prof. Jan will explain us the basic science of the pathogenesis of infectious disease, also the updates of treatment of COVID in Netherlands. So Prof. Jan, please, time is yours. Please, do you want to share your presentation?
Yeah, I will. So one moment, just to see if I can get it working. Oh. Okay, so can you see my presentation now?
Yes.
So yeah, good morning or good afternoon to you all in Indonesia, in Makassar, and Rina, thank you for the kind introduction and the invitation to present. Earlier, I guess in June, I together with Professor Dav Muyono from the ICOS Institute gave a presentation on convalescent plasma therapy in COVID-19. And I thought perhaps for today, it would be a good opportunity to focus more on treatment options as such for COVID-19. So that's what I will try to do. Yeah. So this is where I'm from, Erasmus Medical Center in Rotterdam, the Netherlands. And currently, if you look at the COVID pandemic, we were very busy in March, April, had our peak at that moment, and then cases declined very quickly until beginning of June. But since June, steadily, when measures were lifted, we see an increase in cases now again. And we also see some increase in hospital admissions in Rotterdam, in the region. And Rotterdam currently, together with Amsterdam, is really one of the two hotspots if you look at new infections with COVID-19. What is different currently, at least so far, is when we compare it to the first wave, is that in the first wave, many elderly patients with underlying diseases like hypertension, diabetes, etc., became ill and were admitted to the hospital and to the ICU, and there was a high case fatality ratio in those patient groups. But what you see now is that most cases, most new infections are among young adults, so between 20 and 40. Who do not get so ill, so hospital admissions are still low, but of course we know that when someone is 20 and gets infected, he or she will ultimately probably also transmit to his or her family, like the parents or grandparents. So it will take some time before these will get infected, they will get sick, before we will see them in the hospital again. So I'm just back from holidays, and we're really preparing in the Netherlands now for a second wave of COVID-19. I think with COVID-19, literally the face of society has changed. Not only people in China wearing mouth masks, but all over the world. So the view is very different. And I guess everywhere, healthcare workers are applauded for the work they do. But I guess that what they do needs more than applause, but also other means of financial support or whatever, because they are in the danger zone when taking care of patients with COVID-19. Yeah, this one I always show because if you talk about pandemics or theories on pandemics, that this movie really states very clearly that so the subtitle of Contagion is nothing spreads like fear. So we shouldn't be too fearsome about this disease, but just look at the data and use what we have to prevent and treat patients with COVID-19. So this is number of cases of COVID-19 until yesterday. If you look at the Johns Hopkins COVID-19 dashboard, so we have nearly 23 million cases globally. We have nearly 800,000 deaths. The disease is still spreading, and WHO last week also said that in this period there are more new infections than there were in February, March, April. So it's not under control. That's clear. This is the WHO dashboard. Also yesterday, similar data, but the colors give you an impression of how much corona there is. The darker the color, the more corona in these countries. So you will see that there's a lot of corona problems in South America, Brazil, of course, the United States is a real problem, Iran, India, but also Russia, and I will come back to that later on. If you look to deaths, you see a similar graph with Brazil, the US, Russia, and also in India and South Africa, but also in a lot of European countries, relative high death rates from corona. Now WHO also says something about mortality in the most affected countries. So these are the 20 countries where mortality, if you look at case fatality ratio, is highest. So Mexico has a case fatality rate of nearly 11%, then Spain. Indonesia is number 4 here with case fatality rate of 4.4. And so these are the top 20 of mortality if you look at case fatality ratio. If you look at deaths per 100,000 population, then Peru and again Spain are high, Chile, Brazil, so a lot of countries, and US, Mexico, a lot of countries in the Americas. But if you look at Indonesia, then Indonesia is ranking number 19 with 2.1 deaths per 100,000 of population. But it shows that there's also a large variety of case fatality ratio mortality according to caused by corona COVID-19. Which could have to do with testing. How often do you test? But could also have to do, of course, with healthcare systems and options for prevention and treatment, and healthcare systems being overrun by COVID-19 problems, as we've seen in Italy, for instance, in Europe as well. So Johns Hopkins also has a dashboard looking at clinical trials where you can track which clinical trials are running, which medications are being tested, which treatments or other options are being tested, and where these trials are running. And now suddenly COVID-19 becomes a very Western disease because the majority of the studies are being done in the US and in Europe, although also in India and China, of course, there's a lot of trials going on. But currently, there are 2,103 trials registered in clinicaltrials.gov and other registries. And if you look at what are these trials looking at, then as I said, my earlier story was about convalescent plasma therapy. There are currently 150 registered trials on convalescent plasma. There are about 66 on monoclonal antibodies, which I will get back later as well. There are 20, so not so much about the antiviral remdesivir, 100 about an HIV drug, lopinavir, ritonavir, which is being used to see if that's value in the treatment of COVID-19. More than 300 on chloroquine, hydroxychloroquine, and I will get back to all these drugs later on. 56 on steroids, so mainly dexamethasone, and about 87 on azithromycin as an antibiotic, but also as a potential immunomodulatory drug to be used in COVID-19 treatment. And just to highlight other classes of drugs, there's also ivermectin, of course, which is a drug which is very often used for mass treatment programs for several neglected tropical diseases, which seems to have a really broad spectrum of antiviral activity, and which is also now currently being tested specifically in South America to see if it has value in treatment for COVID or prevention for after infection with COVID-19 from developing serious disease from COVID-19. And then there are 86 vaccine trials ongoing, because I guess that's what everyone is waiting for, to have a real vaccine to prevent disease and to stop the epidemic from spreading. Okay, now if you talk about therapy options, treatment options for COVID-19, you can talk about prophylaxis. So will you give people who have been in contact with patients, proven patients with COVID-19 treatment? There are still chloroquine, hydroxychloroquine studies into that, although also there the first results are very disappointing. And you could also use prophylaxis, but then it's more preemptive therapy to prevent the development of serious disease. So, for instance, you would have a patient with an elderly patient with hypertension or diabetes or obesity, and after contracting COVID-19, but with only mild symptoms at that moment, you could try to preemptively treat the patient to prevent development of serious disease and hospital admission. And of course, you have therapy when patients get admitted to the hospital and need therapy for their disease. The other issue, of course, in COVID-19 is, should you use an antiviral to block the virus, and or should you use anti-inflammatory therapy? Because the main risk for dying from COVID-19 is, of course, if you end up in this hyperinflammatory state with a lot of lung damage and other organs getting damaged, and thereby patients die. So should you use one or both, or a combination of these options? The other important aspect is which population would you study? Would you study patients who go to GP outpatient settings, Puskesmas settings, or would you focus on inpatients with non-severe disease, so at the ward, or inpatients who are severely ill, get high flow oxygen therapy, but are not in need for ICU at that moment still, or would you go for the most severely ill patients on the ICU? These all have their limitations for what you can do at that moment. And of course, there are a lot of endpoints you can choose. A lot of studies being presented now or being published now use combination endpoints and to learn as much as possible from treatment for COVID-19. Mostly used is WHO score on day 15, which is a score from 0 to 8, relating to clinical severity. 8 is death, 7 is severely ill, 0 is not ill at all. So that is then the ultimate end goal, primary endpoint, day 15 WHO score. But what's also being used is hospital discharge, and of course mortality, time to PCR negativity, and WHO score, or a delta change in WHO score on day 8 of disease. But there are many other endpoints you can choose. So that also makes it very difficult to compare various studies, because all use different endpoints or combination of endpoints so far. Current therapeutic options, if you look at antivirals, of course you have remdesivir, which is the mostly talked about antiviral. You have lopinavir and also other older protease inhibitors of HIV. 5-FPRV is being tested, and of course, I told you ivermectin even has antiviral activity, but also supposed antiviral activity of chloroquine, hydroxychloroquine. So these are some antiviral options. If you look at anti-inflammatory options, there's whole list of drugs you can use. Azithromycin, I already mentioned. Steroids, of course, you can use, but you can also focus IL-6 or IL-1 or TNF or others to change the hyperinflammatory state and hope that patients will recover better when using this anti-inflammatory therapy. And I said dexamethasone, of course, is the one in the news since a couple of months. So to start with still convalescent plasma therapy for treatment of COVID-19. I guess you all know that convalescent therapy means that you use antibodies against the virus in recovered COVID-19 patients and transfer that to the patient who's ill from COVID-19 and still has no immunity, no antibodies against the virus. There are also other supposed mechanisms whereby convalescent plasma therapy will work, besides, of course, being neutralizing antibodies, neutralizing the virus. It also is suggested that it has immunomodulatory effects, although the amount of plasma you give in treatment of COVID-19 to patients is that little relatively to total plasma volume, that this effect, in our opinion at least, is not really the effect you aim for. It would really be the neutralizing antibody effect you would want to have, and hope that that will work then in patients with COVID-19. And the effectiveness, supposed effectiveness of this utility of plasma therapy comes from 3 small studies, mainly in SARS in 2004 and 2005. Where it was shown that there was shorter hospital stay, lower mortality, and that there was a quicker viral decay after use of plasma therapy. Now, these were very small studies, and all these studies were halted early because there was no SARS around anymore, so there were no patients anymore to be treated. However, there are 2 very recent animal studies which show a supposed potential effect of plasma therapy in monkeys, with no mortality after plasma therapy and with very quick decline of viral RNA in a viral load in nasal swabs in these animals. Problem here is that it also turns out that you have to be very early in the disease, so very early after being infected, and you have to have plasma with very high titers of antibodies for the plasma to be to work. So if you are later in the disease course and if you have low titers of antibodies in your plasma, then plasma therapy won't work. And that was what we already knew from these animal studies. There have been a couple of smaller clinical trials, mainly from China, from the beginning of the epidemic, which didn't show any effect or were suggestive of some effect, but at least there were no side effects. So this was taken further. And the first published trial from June from Wuhan showed that plasma therapy added to standard therapy did not result in statistically significant improvement of COVID-19 patients. So that was already a warning that you need to be very careful, although the word is out that it is something you should give to patients who are severely ill. It starts turning out that that is not the patient group you should aim for. So this was already disappointing. We started our own multi-center, multinational convalescent plasma therapy in Erasmus, the COVID study. And what we learned from that study is that in donors, there's a large variability in neutralizing antibody titers. Up to 1/3 do not have detectable antibodies at all. And if they have antibodies, then the higher the titers they show, the more severe they've been. So there's a clear correlation with disease severity from donors and how high their neutralizing antibody titers are. in every study you do on plasma therapy, you should screen donors for neutralizing antibody titers. And what we also know in the meantime is that 1 in 80 is not enough. You should really aim at donors with neutralizing antibody titers above 1 in 640 for the plasma therapy to be able to work. And you should screen donors at least 2 weeks, 2 weeks or 14 days after full recovery, because if you screen them earlier, their antibody titers is not are either negative or not that high. So you should really wait to screen donors for at least 2 weeks after full recovery. But at least you should screen your donors if antibodies are present, because if you do not do that, then probably more than half of the plasma doesn't contain any antibodies or too low antibodies for the plasma therapy to work, and then you give it for nothing. In patients, what we also learned is that you should test patients for the presence of neutralizing antibodies, because most of the patients who end up in the hospital and or at the ICU have been ill for more than 7 to 10 days before they deteriorate. And what we noticed is that all patients who have been ill for more than 10 days all have already high titers of neutralizing antibodies. And these titers of neutralizing antibodies are higher than in our donor population. And in nearly all patients at the ICU, they were shown to have already neutralizing antibodies. And of course, if you give plasma therapy with low titers of antibodies from a donor to a patient who already has high titers of neutralizing antibodies, then plasma therapy, of course, will not work. So severely ill patients will not benefit from plasma therapy. Mild to moderate patients still might benefit from plasma therapy, but you should test if they have neutralizing antibodies present, because if they have, then they won't benefit from plasma therapy. So our study now is moving to the GP, the primary healthcare area, and I will come back to that later, what we're going to do for a new study with plasma therapy. One very positive thing to this study is that we were also able to demonstrate that patients who have neutralizing antibodies on admission or at the ward or admission at the ICU also are not infective anymore. So the presence of neutralizing antibodies is a nearly 1-in-1 correlation with patients not shedding virus anymore. And if that is confirmed in another study, that would mean that for the future, for the near future, with a second or a third wave, taking care for patients with COVID-19 who are severely ill at the ward or who are admitted to the ICU will become much easier, because doctors and nurses would not be necessarily needing to wear gowns, gloves, masks, etc. to take care of these patients. So patient care for this group will be much easier than in the first wave when we didn't have these data available. Okay, so monoclonal antibodies, very short. There are a couple of studies ongoing also with Dutch monoclonal antibodies from Erasmus and Utrecht combined. These are studies ongoing. We don't have data from these studies. And of course, monoclonals directly act and try to inactivate the virus. But there's already one recent, so from Thursday, editorial or opinion paper in Nature, where it says that monoclonal antibodies are very expensive to produce, meaning that where the problems really are in poorer countries, these may not be able to afford these monoclonals, stating that perhaps we should focus on other therapies which are cheaper and which everyone would be able to use. And this is just a summary from a JAMA paper, also from recently, where they say that you could use it as prophylaxis, but also as therapy, and you would be able probably to target certain patient groups very well, and probably it's going to be very effective. But the concerns are also that it is too expensive to be used. So then to antivirus. So remdesivir, of course, is the drug where everyone's talking about, even Donald Trump. And Gilead is producing this drug. It's a drug which was developed for the treatment of Ebola, but there was never able to show efficacy in 2014 because the Ebola epidemic dried up and not a real trial was possible at that moment. But at least it shows anti-RNA virus activity. So in end of May, there was this first large-scale study in the New England Journal of Medicine on remdesivir treatment in COVID-19 patients. And I think everyone should be aware that this is a highly industry-sponsored study, and you should also be a little bit paranoid if you are dealing with industry-sponsored studies. But okay, we don't have a drug, so every drug is helpful to have available. So what they looked at is primary endpoint was proportional recovery after two weeks, primary and 15 days primary endpoint, but also later on. And what you see in the overall population that proportion recovered in the remdesivir arm is significantly higher than in the placebo arm. If you look at patients receiving oxygen, then this difference becomes bigger. And if you look at patients being on the ICU, being ventilated or using high flow oxygen, then there is no difference. And if you look at patients not receiving oxygen yet, so not being that ill, there's also not a significant difference. And if you are on the ICU mechanical ventilation, then there is no difference at all. So what you can take from this is that if you want to use remdesivir, then you would like to use it early in the disease course to be effective, and you would probably target patients who are receiving oxygen therapy, but still with mild to moderate disease. And if they get sicker and probably the hyperinflammation takes over, then remdesivir has no added value in the treatment of patients with COVID-19. And that is what the main conclusion was, that median recovery time was shorter, 11 versus 15 days. Mortality was also lower, but mortality was not significantly lower. Because the confidence interval goes above 1 in this case. So absolute numbers are lower concerning mortality in the remdesivir arm, but this is not a statistically significant effect. So what we have is that it shortens time to recovery in adult patients with COVID-19 and who have evidence of lower respiratory tract infections, so who have pneumonia infiltrations on the X-ray. But there is an earlier trial from China, published end of April, just before this New England publication, where this study was hampered by lack of patients at that moment. So they stopped earlier than they wanted to. So the number in the study, the number of patients in the study is somewhat lower than anticipated. But here there is no clinically significant effect, statistically significant effect of remdesivir versus standard of care treatment. There's no difference in improvement rate between the two, although there is perhaps a tendency that it is better in the remdesivir arm, but it is far from clinically significant. There's no difference in viral load in lower and upper respiratory tract samples between the two arms. So remdesivir was not associated with a significantly clinical effect, which then again, so you have one study which shows an effect, limited, but shows an effect, and one study which doesn't show an effect. And then when I was looking for new data, This study was published yesterday on JAMA, which looked also at remdesivir versus standard of care on clinical status at day 11, which was the primary endpoint. And this is something which is, I guess, important, also important for future studies. 600 patients screened, about 200 in 3 arms. So this is a 3-arm trial. There's an arm where patients were receiving 10 days remdesivir, 5 days remdesivir, and standard of care. And this is the main efficacy figure. And what you see is, so day 11 was the primary endpoint. So this was where the study was powered for. Secondary endpoints were day 14 and day 28. But the study was not powered to show a difference on these time points. And what you see is that if you use remdesivir for 5 days, there's a significant effect on remdesivir treatment, meaning that, and this is the blue light arm, meaning that more patients are discharged and that on average patients are in a better clinical condition. However, if you use remdesivir for 10 days, that effect disappears. So, which is of course very strange. You would think that if there is some dose escalation, and if there is a true effect of remdesivir, that if you see an effect after 5 days, that you would even see a similar effect or a better effect after 10 days of treatment. And I will get back to this later. If you look at 14 days and 28 days, then in both treatment arms, there is a significant effect of treatment. There is significant improvement in clinical status of patients receiving remdesivir versus standard of care. However, again, the study was not powered enough for these secondary endpoints. So JAMA also has these nice summary figures of studies at the moment. And so the conclusion is that a 5-day course did, but a 10-day course did not improve clinical status versus standard of care at day 11. And the other thing is that this improvement after a 5-day course was what they called of uncertain clinical importance. And this is also relating a little bit to the New England study, is quicker improvement. So 11 versus 15 days of recovery with treatment with remdesivir versus standard of care. Is that really a clinical important effect or not? Or is it just that if you wait somewhat longer, that patients will equally recover in both arms? Now, probably studies will need to be repowered to take into account the longer term and look at those data, and probably the data will come from other studies up and running. But at least it shows, to my opinion, that remdesivir is active in a very specific patient group, mild to moderate disease in need of oxygen, admitted to the hospital. If you're not that ill, not on oxygen, it's not working. If you are too ill at the ICU needing ventilation, it's not working. So there's a limited group where you should and could use remdesivir, and then still there is doubt on how effective this drug really is. But we're going to see in the future. Other antivirals, lopinavir-ritonavir, which has been used for HIV treatment for a long time. And also brother-sister darunavir has been tested in clinical trials. This is also a study from May in the New England. And in this study, there was a tendency of a better effect, but also not completely not statistically significant. And also here viral load not shedding, not different in the standard of care versus the lopinavir-ritonavir arm. And this study concluded no benefit, and there are other studies in the meantime which also showed no benefit of lopinavir-ritonavir treatment beyond standard of care. So we can skip this one. Although there are some studies where there's combinations of lopinavir-ritonavir with ribavirin and interferon, where some effect is being shown. Small study, young on average patient population with mild disease, no mortality. So the question is, how representative is this patient group in these studies in the Lancet in New England to show effect? But of course, for lopinavir, ritonavir, as such, there seems to be no place compared to the other drugs available for COVID-19. And then, of course, where every president in Brazil and in the US is talking about is about the great drug hydroxychloroquine. The funny thing is, I was reading recently a book by John Berry on which is called The Great Influenza, which is about the Spanish flu epidemic in 1918, 1919. And the funny thing is that, of course, then they didn't know that influenza was caused by a virus. But what they used was quinine. They used everything, like we are using everything now for a new pandemic with SARS-CoV-2. So the funny thing is that 100 years ago, also antimalarials were already used in the treatment of pandemic influenza and the Spanish flu at that moment. So history repeats itself 100 years later. And of course, quinine didn't work for influenza, and hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine sadly don't work for COVID-19 as well, as I will show you. There are studies combining hydroxychloroquine with azithromycin, and where azithromycin is supposed to have, of course, an antibiotic, but that won't work against the virus, but specifically an anti-inflammatory immunomodulatory effect, and that's why it's been used and being tested in studies as well. So again, a study from the New England, where if you look at hydroxychloroquine with or without azithromycin was being tested versus standard of care in mild to moderate COVID-19 disease. And this is just another kind of presentation, and the lighter, the better, and the recovery and the better clinical stats that is, and the higher the number. So this is WHO grading scale, supposedly. The darker, the worse patients are off. And this is the days since randomization, so since start of treatment. So in the beginning, patients were ill and then they recovered. But as you see, graphs are identical in all these three arms. So there's no effect of hydroxychloroquine versus standard of care. There's no effect of hydroxychloroquine plus azithromycin versus standard of care. And this is not the only study. There are more studies on the use of hydroxychloroquine, which also do not show any effect, any benefit on recovery and clinical status of COVID-19 patients. What they do show is side effects and mainly cardiac side effects of hydroxychloroquine. So it's a drug which you rather do not like to use if there's no need. And I guess that multiple studies now show that hydroxychloroquine is not the way to go and should not be used in COVID-19 patients. So WHO has discontinued all these treatments studies with hydroxychloroquine, but also the treatment arms with lopinavir, ritonavir for COVID-19 for reasons I just showed you, no benefit. But they have potential side effects, so you rather would not like to use them in COVID-19 patients. There's a very nice myth buster page on the WHO site, which very much shows facts versus myths. And what I state is, fact, studies show hydroxychloroquine does not have clinical benefit in treating COVID-19 patients. So if you want to convince your colleagues or students or patients, then go to the Mythbuster page on WHO and you'll find this one, but also many others. Okay, then to the other drug being talked about a lot, corticosteroids, dexamethasone, mainly, again, a study from the New England, from the Recovery Collaborative Group from the UK, which had a huge clinical study with a lot of different arms in that study protocol. hydroxychloroquine, which was terminated, but also dexamethasone, which was also terminated early. So hydroxychloroquine arm was terminated because of no effect. Dexamethasone arm was stopped short because of an effect they showed on mortality in COVID-19 patients. So again here, summary graphs of this study. If you look at all participants, then mortality is lower in the dexamethasone arm versus standard of care. If if you look at patients on oxygen or on invasive mechanical ventilation, you see that the difference between dexamethasone and usual care increases. So, and that if you look at patients who are not in use of oxygen, then its mortality is higher than in the standard of care treatment arm. And these are just to show you the graphs in more detail, that if you have patients on oxygen or if you have patients on mechanical ventilation, dexamethasone arm shows a lower mortality versus the usual care standard of care treatment arm. But not for the patients who are not in need of oxygen.
Excuse me, Jan, we only have 15 minutes left and there is some questions.
Yeah, okay. So don't have so much time so I will make it in time, I hope. The conclusion of the study is that dexamethasone has a lower 28-day mortality. That was the primary endpoint, specifically for the patients with invasive mechanical ventilation or the use of oxygen at randomization, but not among those receiving no respiratory support. So I will come back to that, to the conclusion of how you could use that later on. So just as an example of another drug which you wouldn't think of that quickly to be used for COVID-19 is ivermectin. And I said ivermectin has in vitro at least a broad spectrum of antiviral effects, and it supposedly blocks the transfer of coronavirus protein and cellular complex IMP, whereby the virus is not able to go to the nucleus and to reproduce and produce infection. And it shows in vitro and in lab studies at least a very quick clearing of virus in viral cells if you use ivermectin. And of course, ivermectin is being used on large scale in large scale treatment for neglected tropical diseases programs. And mainly in South America, mainly in Brazil, this is now in clinical studies to see if there is an effect mainly on the preventive side to prevent the development of serious disease when you use ivermectin on a large scale in a large population. So we will have to wait if these studies show any effect clinically in the coming weeks, months. Now, of course, vaccines, we're waiting for vaccines. Everyone is waiting for a vaccine. This is just one study from China where there's phase 2 trials showing efficacy and safety profiles of these vaccines, where these vaccines are being shown to be effective, but also and immunogenic, but also safe. But of course, interim analysis show this. But you will need to await results from phase 3 clinical trials. So to conclude, what can we use? So as an antiviral, remdesivir, of course, has shown in one study that it is effective. 2 other studies cast doubt on the effectiveness and the utility of remdesivir, though. You should really target it to patients being admitted to the ward with proof of pneumonia, so with infiltrations on the X-ray of the chest, but patients who are on high flow oxygen or on invasive ventilation should not get remdesivir because it doesn't improve their clinical recovery. Also not for patients on the ICU, and I guess that more studies are needed to really prove the utility of remdesivir. And for dexamethasone, that should be given to patients in need of oxygen support at the ward or at the ICU on the ventilator, but not to patients who do not use or need oxygen. So what we do currently, if we admit patients to our hospital, is that if they have proof of pneumonia, which the majority of course has, and if they're not on high flow oxygen or at the ICU, they will get remdesivir. So these are the more mild to moderate patients. If they are in use of oxygen, then they get remdesivir plus dexamethasone. If they are on the ICU, they get dexamethasone but not remdesivir. So it's more like a stepwise approach on how to use an antiviral and an anti-inflammatory drug in the potential treatment of COVID-19 with the current data. So what you should not use: lopinavir-ritonavir, darunavir-ritonavir, hydroxychloroquine, azithromycin, all data which show no benefit of these drugs in COVID-19. So I guess with all the potential side effects of these drugs as well, you should not use these drugs for COVID-19 patients. When to use? So I already said, if you look at plasma therapy, which still has some potential, I guess, you should use it early in the disease course to prevent severe disease in those with non-risk factors, or to prevent severe disease in those without risk factors, but no improvement after 5 days. And you should check the presence of neutralizing antibodies in patients, because sick patients will have antibodies in a large amount already at admission. And you should check the titer of neutralizing antibodies in your donors, because otherwise you will give plasma without any benefit, because there is no antibodies or not enough antibodies in the plasma you give to patients to benefit from. Monoclonals on the way, but very expensive, so very limited utility probably from that. And then of course the big question is, when can we use vaccines? I guess we all wait for phase 3 trials for efficacy, but most importantly, I guess, for safety reasons. Of course, the Russians have fast-tracked their vaccine, and everyone agrees, at least outside Russia, that it's a very bad thing to do. I'm not sure if people are aware of the Qatar incident, but the Qatar incident was a major tragedy in polio vaccination in the US in the 50s, where also there a company fast-tracked a vaccine and did not use all the security and control test as was supposed to be. And instead of an inactivated polio virus in the vaccine, they gave live polio vaccine, a live virus in this vaccine, whereby a lot of children contracted polio from the vaccine. And that's something you won't like to have, these kind of tragedies from a vaccine that has been fast-tracked too fast. And of course, there's a lot of myths and facts, and now I have an Indonesian audience, so this one I found also on the WHO Mythbuster page. Peppers, so sambal is not going to help to prevent you from getting or cure COVID-19. So although it's nice in your food and it's tasty, it won't help you prevent COVID-19. And the other thing, and this is more for the US market, that if you use methanol, ethanol, or bleach, that doesn't prevent COVID-19. That can be extremely dangerous as well. So thank you for the attention, and I'm open for questions.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jan. So now I will read the questions that the audience put in chat room. First question is, it is from Professor Ivan. Do you think coronavirus is airborne?
Yeah. Okay. Of course, there's a lot of oh, where am I? Yeah. I just have to move my screen around a little bit.
It's all right then.
Yeah, of course, there are studies showing that in aerosols there is virus detectable, but the question is how much virus and how effective is the virus in the aerosols? And so our RIVM, the outbreak management team there says that yes, probably there is virus in aerosols, and yes, probably there is some contributions from the spread of COVID-19 from aerosols, but very limited.
Yeah.
And also, if you look at the data now from our starting second wave in the Netherlands, and I guess that in other European countries that is quite similar, up to 70% of new cases comes from people who have parties at home, so who are in close contact. 20% comes from anniversaries, parties outside home, like weddings or those kind of things. And there's only a very limited percentage which could be perhaps attributed to aerosols. Now, of course, ventilation is still very important. Ventilation is always good. And so if you are able to ventilate your room, windows open, doors open, that is always good, not only for COVID, but also for other infectious diseases. And that is probably what you should do. So there's a big discussion now, because schools are restarting in the Netherlands now, that if ventilation in schools is adequate, and if their aerosols perhaps can still contribute to the spread of COVID-19. On the other end, you can quite easily decontaminate your rooms and thereby remove the aerosols, and thereby further reducing the risk of transmission because of aerosols.
Okay. The next question. Now, at the first, the patient is elderly, is it? Old people with comorbid, but now recently it is shift to the young people.
Yep.
How do you think why is it?
Because they are partying.
Because they party?
They are partying.
Okay.
No, so we see that also in our student population in Rotterdam, because they organize a party, they go on holidays together with a group of 15 to 20. They are very close to each other. They don't bother to get COVID-19 because they are indeed not in the risk group, so they will develop only mild disease. And that is what we see. So the vast majority of new cases is in the age group 20 to 40.
Yeah.
And that is because they are going to parties, illegal parties or legal parties, but being close together. They don't have so much serious disease. So, but on the other end, we see the patients we admit now to the hospital, there are young people among them, more than in the first wave, which nearly only hit the elderly here. But yesterday on our department, we just discharged a young guy, 21 years old, who had serious disease. So it's not that they are not getting ill, but not that often. But some will get admitted to the hospital and get admitted to the ICU as well and develop severe disease.
All right. Another question for the vaccine. Do we need a booster for the vaccine, or just one shot?
The vaccine studies so far, they mostly use 2 shots, so a booster.
Okay, so 2 shots, yeah.
Yeah.
Another thing, another question is about the long-term damage, for example, of the lung of the patient. Do you think there is a therapy for that? I mean, is there any research now for the long-term effect of the infection?
Yeah, so I think what many countries are doing and what we are doing as well is that if patients get discharged after being hospitalized for COVID-19, that they will be seen quite regularly in the outpatient setting by a multidisciplinary team, by an infectious disease specialist, but also by a pulmonologist and others. And so only looking at chest x-rays from patients being admitted to the hospital says enough about the damage being done to the lungs of patients with COVID-19, and that it will take a long time for them to recover. And it's, of course, it's all damaged by inflammation. It's all scarring of lung tissue. And I guess that a lot of people with COVID-19 will have really long-term effects of the COVID-19 disease, and some will never be able to work or live the way they were before. So we've had some examples of people who were doing triathlons and marathons who've been admitted with severe COVID-19 disease and who have nearly destroyed lungs. These people are nearly not able to climb the stairs or to walk around their own home. That will take a lot of time, and they will never be able to do a marathon or something like that, I guess. So
Okay.
if people say that it is a mild disease, then yes, in 20 to 40, it's rhinitis, and you have a very mild disease. But if you get admitted to the hospital, it's a very severe, it's a very nasty disease.
Yeah. Okay. Next two questions. Yeah. If we already have the neutralized antibody, like we already have COVID and then we recover, so we already have the antibody, do we still need the vaccine?
Yeah, good question. I don't know.
You don't know.
No, so of course there's studies now looking at decay of these neutralizing antibodies, and
yeah.
So some studies show that there is a quick decay of the level of these antibodies. Of course, the question is, does that mean that you will lose your immunity, or is there also T cell immunity there which will prevent you from getting reinfected? It seems that the virus is slowly mutating. Is there going to be an effect of that? So will natural disease, natural infection with COVID-19 also protect for other variants of SARS-CoV-2 which will be circulating? Yeah, I think we really do not know at the moment. But the same holds true, I guess, also for the vaccine. How robust and how long term will the immunogenic effect of these vaccines be? Because what's been shown in the study so far is short-term immunogenicity.
Yeah.
And we really need to know what long-term immunogenicity will be. Yeah.
Yes.
So the interesting thing is that so from plasma-based therapy, our blood bank now is switching to storing plasma from patients with proven COVID-19 with high neutralizing antibodies.
Yeah.
To be able to use this plasma therapy as some kind of preemptive therapy in patients with risk factors with COVID-19. And I'm not sure if the debate has been in Indonesia as well. There was a debate in the Netherlands last week about the utility of the antibodies in breast milk of mothers having had COVID-19, and then they shed COVID-19 antibodies in breast milk as well. If you could use that, but then again, it all depends on how high the titers are, how much you can give. It's all about dosage, I guess, also in these settings.
Okay. The very last question, it is very general question for Jan. After we have the vaccine, after the vaccine is introduced for the people around the world, do you think the pandemic will be end?
Yeah, that's what we hope.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess so. So of course, if you look at the Spanish flu epidemic in 1918, 1919,
yes,
seemed that the Spanish flu came in 3 waves, like a milder flu season early in 18, very severe virulent strain, or the strain becoming more virulent during its course in autumn, fall of 1980, and then a 3rd wave in 1919 with then again a more milder flu strain. So the strain flu was, of course, is is very much shifting, drifting, or whatever, changing and developing. And from an evolutionary point of view, a virus will adapt to a less virulent strain, because if you kill your host, then there will be no host left. If that will happen with SARS-CoV-2, which of course is a more stable, so to say, virus, is the question. So if it's stable, not adopting, changing too much, then probably a good vaccine or some good vaccines will be able to stop the pandemic and prevent further spread of COVID-19, and we can go on living as we were used to and traveling around as we've been used to, but then of course waiting for the next new virus to cause a pandemic.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, Jan, thank you very much for your presentation today, your sharing, and your information.
For the questions.
Yeah. Yes. We very appreciate this. I'm sure this is very interesting and it's very useful information for all the participants. And we thank you for your joining us, and also for all participants. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the questions. And we will back. I will give the speaker back to the MC.
Okay.
Jan.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Jan, and also Dr. Rina Masade as our moderator. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we move to the next keynote speaker, Professor Ulrike Lindequist from the University of Greifswald. And to lead our discussion for today, I invite Dr. Elmi Nuraidah Zainuddin. Dr. Elmi, I hand over this session to you.
Mm-hmm.
Doctor, it seems to me that okay.
Sorry. I forget to unmute. To mute. sorry, Prof. Yes. Okay. I repeat it again. Thank you to the committee for giving me the opportunity to continue this event as a moderator for Professor Lindequist. My name is Elmi Nuraidah Zainuddin. Now I'm a lecturer at the Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries, Hasanuddin University. First, I want to say good morning, Professor Lindequist, because now in Germany is morning at 10 o'clock. And good afternoon for all the participants of the fourth ICOS seminar in 2020. Before Professor Lindequist deliver her materials, first allow me to briefly present her academic background. Can I share the screen?
Yes, sure. You can, I think.
It's okay?
Yep. Yeah, we can see it. Dr. Elmi.
Yeah. Professor Lindequist is now as a professor emeritus because he just retired. But her last position was as professor, as head of Department of Pharmaceutical. Sorry. Yeah. The last position of Professor Lindequist is as head of Department of Pharmaceutical Biology at the Institute of Pharmacy at the Ernst Morinsart University of Greifswald. Professor Lindequist has produced 300 scientific publications and with total of 5,330 citations by 4,398 documents with a Scopus high index of 40. Her research includes bioactive of natural compounds from plants and also from microorganisms and mushroom, and analytical and quality control, isolation and structure elucidation of novel compounds, marine biotechnology, and plasma medicine. In addition to journals, she has also written 2 books, 30 monographs, and this year she has published the textbooks Diogen Arsenic Metal. Apart from books, she has also produced 20 patent applications, and now she is currently still a member of several scientific society, public society, and editorial boards from several journals. And Professor Lindequist also supervised many diploma, masters, doctors, and habilitation, not only from within Germany, but also from various countries such as Nepal, Egypt, Yemen, Libya, Kazakhstan, Polandia, Vietnam, and Indonesia. And I'm the one of her supervisors in doctorate program. Thank you, Professor Lindequist. So that was sorry, I think I remember one again for you. I'll say I think it's all, yeah, because there's no the other again. That was the brief explanation of the CV of Professor Lindequist. This presentation will be last for 1 hour. For the participants who will ask or deliver the question, can send it to the chat that's available in the Zoom. And it will be answered by Professor Lindequist after the presentation is finished. Now for Professor Lindequist, time is yours.
Okay. Good morning, Amy. Could you see me? Could you see me and could you hear me?
Yeah, it is good. Your voice is very strong.
Okay. So,
share screen.
Okay.
Share the screen.
Yes, I do it.
The presentation.
Yes. I do it.
There is a green
yes.
Share screen. You can from this.
Could you see it?
Touch the share screen.
Yes.
The downside of the picture.
Can you see it?
Panitia udah itu ya? Udah allowed ya? Excuse me, the committee have opened for Professor Lindequist.
It's already Professor Lindequist is already co-host as well, so she must be able to share her screen.
Maybe Amy, you could use your presentation or the same presentation which I sent to you.
Okay, okay. I use the PDF. Okay.
Oh, okay. I close this one.
One moment. It cannot be full.
Can you, yeah, can you just open the file?
It's okay. It's not the full. The template is. One moment.
Is the file already open, Bu Elmi?
Enggak, itunya enggak full, enggak apa-apa ya? Enggak full anunya, enggak bisa full.
Di-fullkan aja, enggak bisa full ya Bu ya?
Seperti ini ya, enggak apa-apa?
Now it is.
Oh ya, memang begini. Enggak apa.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Elmi, for the moderation, and thanks to all of you for the invitation. My presentation will last about a half hour, not a whole hour. I would like to tell you a little bit about marine drugs and the common state and perspective. And first, I would give you, now, Amy?
Yeah, next.
The next one, please. Okay. I would like to introduce my home city. It is a very small city. Greifswald is the name. It is located in the northeast part of Germany, nearby the Baltic Sea. Greifswald has one of the oldest universities in Germany. Our university, here you see the main building, was founded in 1456. It means more than 500 years old. And here you can see a view of our city. This is our new biotechnicum nearby the Pharmaceutical Institute. And here you can see that we are located nearby the Baltic Sea. This is a famous coast of the island Rügen, the biggest island of Germany. So the next, please. So let me come now to the marine drugs and the specialties of marine environment. Why are marine drugs so interesting? Maybe also as effective against COVID-19, maybe in the future. Now, in difference to the terrestrial environment, the organisms in the sea live in water. In water, we have very, very big differences in temperature between -degrees till very, very hot degrees, till 350 degrees Celsius. We find very, very high differences in pressure between 1 till more than 1,000 atmospheres. We find salt in very different concentrations. We have very different light conditions, from total dark till high UV radiation. We find a very high number of species. I come back to this topic. And very typical is that we find close communities of different species which collaborate one to other. What does this mean? This means that marine organisms need special mechanisms and possibly other mechanisms than on the Earth for adaptation to their environment. And this means a main adaptation mechanism is that they produce other secondary metabolites than terrestrial organisms. And these secondary metabolites could maybe helpful for us as possible drugs and for other purposes. The next, please. Yeah, here a short view on very different environments in the sea. On the left, the coast of island Rügen in the Baltic Sea, very, very cold environment. Also in this very cold environment, we find living organisms. This is a typical mangrove forest nearby the water or inside the water. And here you can see the coast of a tropical island. The next, please. Some information about number of marine species. The estimated number varies from about 3 million till 500 million or more. That means we don't know the exact number, and maybe there are many, many, many unknown species with unknown metabolites and so on. The number of plant species is with about 40,000 species low. Species belonging to plants are red algae, brown algae, and about 900 green algae species, and only a small number of 45 flowering plants like seagrass. The number of animals is much higher, and 33 of 34 known phyla of known animals live also or alone in the sea. 15 only in the sea. Many, many animals are benthic animals. That means they grow on stones, on wheat, and so on, and they are no movable. About 157,000 benthic species. We know about 5,000 species of sponges, about 9,000 cnidarians, about 8,000 echinoderms, but the number of microorganisms is probably much, much higher and cannot be estimated presently. The next, please. Yes. If we compare the different groups of organisms and the natural products which have been produced by them, then we see that we find a high number of marine natural products which are produced by microorganisms. The next group, or similar high, is the number of natural compounds which have been isolated from sponges, but probably many, many compounds which we can find in sponges are not really produced by the sponges, but more by microorganisms which live inside sponges. We know also many compounds which have been produced by cnidarians and also some in seaweeds and so on. And if you see the different color of the columns, then you see that the number of newly found compounds is growing during the last year. I have only numbers from 2007, but meanwhile, the number is much, much more higher. And if we compare by region, then you can see that most marine natural products have been found till now in the China Sea. We have also found many compounds in the Indian Ocean, from Japan, and in unfortunately, the number of compounds which have been identified in the tropical sea is nearly no, but these things are changing during the last years. The next, please. Here you can see a comparison between typical properties of marine natural products and terrestrial natural products. This comparison has been made by Chem Informatics, and typical for the marine natural products is that they have only a low solubility in water, whereas the solubility in water is higher in terrestrial natural products. The marine natural products are very often very, very large molecules, till some thousands of molecular weight, some thousands Dalton, also for a monomer compound, not only for polymer compounds. Monomer terrestrial natural products are mainly have a lower molecular weight. Typical for the marine natural products is that they contain often ester bonds connected to 10-membered rings, whereas terrestrial natural products contain often more stable ring systems and bond types. We find in marine natural products more nitrogen and very, very often halogen atoms in comparison to terrestrial fewer oxygen atoms. That means, and we can conclude, that there are possibly more diverse biosynthetic pathways in marine organisms. The next, please. The next, please.
Yeah. Good. I think.
Yeah, yes.
It's
One
okay.
before. Go back, please. Go back. Yes, yes, this is right.
Eh?
No, the next.
Okay.
This side. Okay, thank you. Here you can see the pipeline, the so-called pipeline of marine drugs in the year 2020. It means the number of candidates in the different phases of clinical trials or the already FDA approved drugs. I cannot see here in the picture, it is below the cited. This pipeline is established by scientists in the USA. You can see presently in the clinical phase 1, we find 7 different compounds. In the clinical phase 2, 12. In the clinical phase 3, 4. And 14 products from marine organisms are FDA approved. One of them till now only in Australia. And I would like to introduce now in the following some important compounds which are already FDA approved. But first a survey about these 14 different products. The next, please. Yes. It is arranged according to the indication. We have heard a lot about virostatics and the problem of virus diseases in the lecture before. We find here also a very old virostatic drug with arabine. I come back to this one later. We find a higher number of marine products in the group of cancerostatics. I think that this depends on the therapeutic need for new and better cancerostatics. But the higher number depends also on the ecological conditions. I think that the organisms need cytotoxic compounds to survive in their natural environment. And I think also that the relatively high number depends on the screening strategies. It is relatively easy to screen for cytotoxic activities, so that we have found here a higher number of already approved drugs. Cytarabine, similar like this. And the next ones are newer drugs, partly very new, drapectidine, eribulin mesylate, brentuximab, polatuzumab. You see, these are monoclonal antibodies or conjugates with monoclonal antibodies, plitidepsin, lobinectidine, and enfortumab vedotin. I will speak more about the products which are printed here in bold. And on the right column, you see some trademarks. Not all, but some. The next, please. Meanwhile, we have products also in other indication groups. We have an analgesic against very severe pains with cyconotide. We have a very new product, an enzyme, pegvaliase, against metabolic disease, a genetic metabolic disease, phenylketonuria. And we have several dietetics, mainly polyunsaturated fatty acids. I will speak more about these both products. The next, please. So let me come now to nucleosides from sponges. These compounds have been found already in the 1950s, 1960s, so that these are the oldest drugs from the sea. You can see spongouridine and spongotimidine. They have been found first in Tethya crypta, a sponge living in the Caribbean Sea. And in difference to the known nucleosides, they contain another sugar. They contain arabinose instead of ribose. And these both natural compounds have been used as models for the synthesis of white arabine and of cytarabine. The next, please. Yeah, white arabine acts by transformation into arabinosid triphosphate. Here you can see again, or here you can see the structure of this compound, and the active form inhibits the viral DNA polymerase and DNA synthesis, especially in herpes simplex viruses. And this compound can be used in the form of eye ointments for treatment of acute keratoconjunctivitis and recurring epithelial keratitis caused by herpes simplex virus type 1 or type 2. But today, this compound is mostly replaced by acyclovir. I think you know this compound. It is very similar to this one and also a nucleoside. The next one, please. Yes. Now let me come to some cancerostatic drugs and start with cytarabine. It is also transformed to its active form, cytosine arabinoside triphosphate, and it acts also by inhibition of DNA polymerase, by competition with the physiological substrate deoxycytidine triphosphate. Cytarabine is used for treatment of acute lymphatic and non-lymphatic leukemia or chronic myeloid leukemia, mostly in combination with other cancerostatic drugs. The next, please. Now let me come to some newer products. And I would like to start with trabectedin, known as Yondelis, on the market. We have here a complicated alkaloid. I have told you that marine compounds are often characterized by high molecular weight and very, very big compounds. And here we have such an example. This complicated compound, it is very hard to synthesize it by a chemical way. And it is also complicated to isolate it, to isolate it in sufficient amounts from nature. Therefore, we have here the way of partial synthesis. The synthesis is started from this compound, cyanosafracin B. This compound is produced in higher amount by Pseudomonas fluorescens. Pseudomonas can be cultivated in higher amounts so that it is no problem to isolate this compound, this starting compound, and by partial synthesis it is transformed into the active compound trabectedin. You can see here in red the changes which have been done by partial synthesis. Trabectedin is also known under the name ectine-acidine 743. Now the next, please. Yes, here you can see the natural producer of trabectedin. The natural producer are tunicates. Tunicates are animals which a tunica, a mantle, as a coat outside the epidermis. They live as benthic organisms, and more than 2,000 species are known. The compounds are produced by a special tunicate by Ectine-Acidia turbinata. Ectine-Acidia turbinata lives on corals. Remember, close symbiosis of different organisms in the sea, in the Mediterranean. And if you see this picture, it looks like grapes. The next, please. Yes, trabectedin acts by binding at small groove of DNA, and by this way it inhibits cell proliferation. And it is used for treatment of advanced soft tissue sarcoma, a very severe cancer disease, and also for treatment of ovarian carcinoma. in that cases that the carcinoma is a recurrent carcinoma, and it is, platinum compounds are not more effective enough. Trabectedin has got its approval in 2007 and already in 2001 as orphan drug. Producer is PharmaMar. The origin of this company is in Spain. Now the next, please. Yes, here 2 examples for clinical studies with this compound. In one randomized study with 266 patients with different forms of sarcoma. The sarcoma could not effectively treated with anthracyclines and ifosfamide. So the patients got trabectedin, and after 1 year, the survival was more than 60 patients of more than 60% of patients survived. The average survival time was 14 months. Few patients survived, and but you see, it is only a prolongation of survival in most cases. But only without this trabectedin, the patients passed away very, very earlier in this very, very severe diseases. Another, an open multi-center study with 672 patients with recurrent ovarian carcinoma. Here was trabectedin combined with doxorubicin. Here it came to a significant prolongation of survival time in comparison to doxorubicin alone, without additional impairment of life quality. So this seems to be a very good result. The next, please. Yes, another newer product is eribulin mesylate. The trade name is Halaven. Here we have a synthetic analogon of the natural compound helicondrin B. We don't have an alkaloid in this case. We have here a polyketide, a macrolide, but typical is also the very, very big molecule. The next, please. Next, please, yes. Helicondrin B, let me tell you a little bit about this natural compound, has been found in different species of sponges living in the Pacific, e.g. Helicondria occardii. In German, it is a Brotkrumenschwamm, or Lysodendorix species. This is the original natural compound. The next, please. Next, please. Yes. Now let me come to the compound, to the product. I repeat, produced on a synthetic way. It reacts with microtubuli, but on other binding places than the taxanes from plants or than vinca alkaloids. It is used for the treatment of metastasized breast cancer after 2 earlier ineffective chemotherapies. It has been approved in 2011, and producer here is a company in Japan. The next, please. So now I will introduce a very interesting product, interesting because it is a combination, brentuximab vedotin. It is a conjugate consisting of an antibody directed against CD30, a surface marker on special tumor cells. Another component is a linking molecule, and this linking molecule binds the cytostatic auristatin, monomethylauristatin, MMAE, to this antibody. And this conjugate is stable in the blood, but after recognizing CD30 carrying tumor cells, the antibody binds to this CD30 geophase marker. The conjugate is internalized into the tumor cells. The conjugate is separated, and the high effective cytostatic auristatin is released inside the tumor cells and can act very specific in the tumor cells. The next, please. The next, please. Yes, some words about auristatin themselves. Auristatin, this cytostatic, is a derivative of dallarstatin 10. And dallarstatin 10, a nitrogen-carrying big compound, has been isolated from Dolabella auricularia, belonging to gastropoda. But really, as we know today, the real producer of this compound is a cyanobacterium of the genus Symploca. This is also a peptide. Because of its very, very high toxicity, a direct application as cancerostatic is not possible, but the combination with the antibody helps to make it applicable. The next, please. Yes. It attacks tubulin, and it is used for treatment of advanced morbus Hodgkin. Prerequisite is that the tumor cells carry the marker CD30. And for recurrent anaplastic lymphoma, it has been approved in November 2012, and it is produced by Takeda, Japan. The next, please. So now I will leave the group of cancerostatic. Remember, please, that there are some other products from marine organisms which are used for cancer treatment. For cancer treatment, I will come now to cyclonotide. Prialt is a trade name, and this is used as analgesic, as a possible alternative to morphine. It is a peptide consisting of 25 amino acids with 3 disulfide bridges. Here you can see it better. And it is produced or according to the original basic natural compound omega conotoxin. It is a derivative of omega conotoxin. The next, please. The next, please. Yes, and this omega conotoxin is one member of a bigger group of conotoxins which are produced by cone snails, Conus species. These are very toxic organisms, active toxic organisms. By this tube, they release the toxin into animals like fishes, but mainly probably also in human. The next, please. Here you can see short or some pictures showing the hunting strategy of such cone snails. The cone snails are hidden in the soil of inside the water or on beaches. Fish, this is a fish, recognize the red pharynx tube of the snail and thinks it is food, but it is a poisonous food. The poisonous file comes out and stings the fish, and the conotoxins are released, and this leads to a very, very fast paralysis of the fish. And the paralyzed fish can be eaten by the snail. The paralyzed fish is engulfed by the snail. And here you can see the big fish in the snail. So it's a hunting strategy. But these snails can, if as human you cannot see it in the sand of the beach, also be very, very poisonous for human. The next, please. So now let me come back to the drug mode of action. It leads to selective inhibition of N-type calcium channels. It inhibits voltage-sensitive calcium influx into primary nociceptive afferent neurons. And by this way, it inhibits release of excitatoric neurotransmitters from presynaptic vesicles, prevents the transmission of pain signal. And this is a main effect. It has a strong pain inhibiting activity. And this activity has another mode of action than morphine or other opiates, and this so that it can be an alternative to morphine. The next, please. The problem with this compound is a complicated form of application. It needs a long-lasting infusion through intrathecal catheter. It cannot given on an oral way or infusion. It needs this intrathecal catheter by an implanted infusion pump. Nevertheless, it is used for treatment of very strong nociceptive and neuropathic pain, and it should have a much higher activity as analgesic than morphine, and dependence development should be excluded. Tolerance development seems unprobably. Nevertheless, there are some possible problem could be that there is an increased risk for suicide. Next, please. So this was till now only one example for an analgesic drug from the sea, and now another very, very new drug, pegvaliase palynsic. This is an enzyme. The enzyme phenylalanine ammoniac lyase, PAL, abbreviated from the cyanobacterium Anabaena variabilis. But it is not isolated from the cyanobacterium by itself. It is recombinant produced as a protein in Escherichia coli. The used product is a pegylated product with a long half time. It metabolizes the amino acid phenylalanine to metabolites, and it is used as orphan drug, till now only as orphan drug, for patients with phenylketonuria, which cannot by themselves metabolize the amino acid on a normal way. And these patients are characterized by neurological, cognitive, and other disturbances. They have to use a very, very strict food without phenylalanine. But here we have maybe a very good help for those patients. This is a very new product introduced only, I think, in the last year or 2 years before. Producer is Biomarine. The next one, please. So here only a short overview about further marine substances which you know, which also have medicinal importance, which are not directly used as therapeutic drugs. They are used as diagnostic, as auxiliary products, as food, cosmetics, or wellness, but also are helpful for our health. You know, auxiliary products like agar, carrageenan, alginic acid, chitin, chitosan. As diagnostics have importance, LAL for pyrogen diagnostic, GFP for microscopic investigations, phycoerythrin also mainly for microscope investigations, or Taq polymerase for polymerase chain reaction. I mentioned already in the beginning healthy food. Some of these products of PUFAs, polyunsaturated fatty acids, are also approved as real drug, but much more they have important as food components. Also iode can be mentioned, mainly in seaweeds and so on. As cosmetics are used compatible solutes like ectoine for skin lifting and so, pseudopterosines or sun protecting agents. And last but not least, I will mention thalasso. So the next, please. I will have a look on the time. So what is to do to explore the potential of marine organisms? It starts with discovery, including collection, identification, and, if possible, cultivation of organisms. But this is, in many cases, not possible. Discovery is followed by screening. Screening can be done on a biological way. That means we look for special activities. It can also be done by a chemical way. That means we look for novel, interesting compounds without regarding in the first step the activity. Or a very new strategy for screening is a genome mining. We look which genes or genes for which enzymes also are available and can probably produce interesting compounds, e.g. for polyketide synthesis and so on. And if we have found interesting activities in available organisms, we have to isolate and to identify the active compounds. Then follows the product development process. That means we have to establish sustainable manufacturing processes without damaging the natural environment. We have to develop suitable application forms, tablets, infusions, and so on. And we have to do preclinical and clinical assays. And in the case that all these steps would be successful, comes authorization and marketing, commercialization as pharmaceutical drug. But if this is not possible, probably also as cosmetic or cosmeceutical, or commercialization as food supplement, and so on. The next, please. Yes, let me come to some very, very short examples of research on marine drugs at the university in Greifswald, my home university. We have concentrated on cultivable organisms like marine fungi, like microalgae. I think Amy remembers this picture. This is a fermenter. Here, cyanobacteria have been cultivated. And in the center, you see a picture of seaweeds, which have been cultivated by collaborators on Gran Canaria. The next picture, please. Yes, here you see again a fermenter for cyanobacteria, and on the other side, these are smaller fermenter or small dishes for cultivation of fungi, or here also for cyanobacteria. The next, please. Yes, we have concentrated as screening strategy on biological screening. We have e.g. Looked for antibacterial or antifungal activity, for antiviral activity, mainly for anti-influenza or anti-herpes virus activity, not against COVID-19. It was not known during my work. For anti-tumor activities, for activities on bone cells regarding protecting or treating osteoporosis. You see here bone cells without treatments, and on the right treated bone cells. These black points means they are stronger mineralized. And these are human keratinocytes for the search for positive effects on skin, sun protection, and so on. The next, please. Yeah, during our work, we have collected very good experience during the collaboration with Indonesian scientists, with E.G. Kusti Taman from Bogor. But in the next slide, I will show you some examples from the collaboration with the Hasanuddin University with Hasanuddin. I have written here publications which have been already published, in this case on the topic marine fungi. Kusti Taman has found a lot of different and new compounds in Indonesian marine fungi, but she has also made screening investigations and identified several interesting fungi, and maybe it is possible in the future to isolate more interesting compounds from this fungi. Here you see two structures, and here some microscopic views, and here a picture of cultivated fungi from marine sources, and the marine sources came from the Indonesian coast. The next, please. Here you can see some results of the collaboration on the field of cyanobacteria, and this work was mainly done by our moderator today, Hasanuddin. Here a picture of cyanobacteria resource in the nature. This is a microscopic view of cultivated microalgae. And here one structure of a lot of different compounds which Elmi and some collaborators could isolate and identify. This is an example of Lyngbia zutrins from a Lyngbia species. And you can see that this is a very complicated structure. It is a cyclic peptide. It was a very good and successful and nice collaboration with Kusti, with Elmi, but also with Marianti. The next, please. So now at the last, I will come to another example which shows possible application of cyanobacteria in cosmetics, and which could maybe get importance also in connection with COVID infections and so. We have prepared or developed so-called Maresome. Maresome is the trademark, and Maresome means a preparation consisting of microparticles of a defined cyanobacterial strain. You can see again that's a fermenter, And the speciality is that the cyanobacterial strain has been transformed into special particles by a physical way of a special homogenization. And so it was a collaboration with physicists. And these maresome are able to protect the human skin against colonization by methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. The normal skin flora could be maintained, but the undesired bacteria, the multi-resistant bacteria, had no chance to colonize the human skin. And this product, or this, was of interest for a company. We made a patent protection, and license is for the company. And the company made scale up of the production, the formulation, the packing of the product, and commercialized it, so that this product is now available also on the market for protection of skin against multi-resistant bacteria. I don't know, and we don't investigate it, if it would maybe also have any efficiency against the adhesion of viruses or so. Here you can see the results of such an experiment. The donator had a lot of MRSA, and the skin of the donator carrying this MRSA was bring in contact with skin of the acceptor, and the MRSA didn't have any chance to colonize the skin of the acceptor. So the next slide, please. So let me come now to a short summary. I hope that I could show you that marine organisms produce interesting biologically active compounds. According to the present knowledge, main producers are invertebrates or microorganisms living inside the invertebrates and microorganisms. The compounds belong to different chemical groups, polyketides, alkaloids, peptides, and are mainly big compounds. During the last years, several compounds have been approved as real drugs. Till now, most approved drugs are anti-cancer drugs, but a broader spectrum of indications can be expected. And I am sure that there is yet an immense untapped potential to discover new natural substances which could be useful for human and animals. Next, please. We come to a short outlook. And of course, I have also to name open questions and problems. And there are many, many problems in open questions. One problem is that we don't have enough starting material. It is not possible to isolate, to obtain enough natural material from the sea, enough organisms directly from the sea, without damaging the natural environment. That means we have to find a way to cultivate the organisms, or to synthesize, to partial synthesize, or to biosynthesize the needed compounds. Another problem is that we often don't know who are the real producer of the active metabolites, the invertebrates, the sponges, holoturia, or so on, or microorganisms. Who are the real producer? Many, many results have been obtained only in vitro assays, but there's a big way, or a long way from in vitro to in vivo, and we need also in vivo results. Many of these marine compounds are very, very high toxic compounds. That means we have to find ways to overcome the toxicity or to use the toxicity in an acceptable way. One way had I shown you through the coupling with a monoclonal antibody. Yes, till now we have only few good clinical assays. We need more, and we all know that all clinical assays have a high risk, and only very, very few candidates come to the products. And never come, or we need also there's also a high financial need, and this is also a very, very big problem. In universities, we can go only the first steps, these clinical assays, and so have to be done in companies because they are so expensive, and companies have problem with the high risk. So here more investment and so on is necessary. Next and last, I think, a short outlook. What can we do? It is helpful and necessary to expand the knowledge on marine life and ecological relationships. As better we know the ecological relationships and so on, as better are the chances to find new compounds and so on. We need a sustainable production in accordance with ecology. I told already, biotechnology, gene technology, synthesis, partial synthesis can be such ways. We have to improve teaching and education. We need close interactions between basic and applied research and between research and industry. We have to develop intelligent management and application strategies. Patent protection is necessary in most cases, I think. And last but not least, we need enough finances. So now let me come to the last slide, please. I would like to thank you for your attention, but before I would like to thank all my former colleagues, collaborators, students, and funding organizations, and special thanks to our Indonesian collaborators, Elmi Zainuddin, Gusti Taman, and Marianti Mangau, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay.
So now I'm at the end, Elmi.
Yeah, okay.
Here you can see, I will explain this. It was a view on the environment of Greifswald.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Lindquist. That was brief and interesting material explanation from Professor Lindquist. Now we go to the questions, because yeah, I just can open the chat now, and I hope it's not who the first. Sorry. I think it started from here, yeah? Professor Lindquist, one question from the the chairman, sorry, Professor Ivan, the chairman. He asked about how advanced the development of anti-aging medicine.
Yes, especially some cosmetics from marine organisms can be used or named as anti-aging medicine, especially the compatible solutes, ectoine as example, which are useful for skin lifting. This is an anti-aging agent. And also the healthy food with polyunsaturated fatty acids is anti-aging. But what means anti-aging? Anti-aging is such a broad word, I think, in the moment, especially cosmetics and cosmeceuticals can be evaluated as anti-aging.
Okay, the next question from the Ibu Yusnita Rifai. She said that one of the big problems in extracting naturally occurring marine bioactive compounds from sponge is the most efficient way is removing its salt contents. Is there another recent way to purify the extract except salting out process? If and also the next, if fludarabine is now replaced by aciclovir, will it be possible to synthesize fludarabine to find out another analog derivative that can be used as new antiviral drug candidate?
Yes, I think it becomes more and more important, especially in the moment. And I'm sure that many groups and scientists and possibly also companies are searching for possible antivirals from the marine organisms. I don't know exact results in the moment, but I am sure that there are in the moment very intensive screening for new antivirals, and I expect results in the near future.
Yeah, the first question is
yes,
how to...
I would like to come to the first question, extraction of sponges and so, and
yeah,
I don't have
salting out.
I don't have experience with extraction of sponges and such invertebrates. I think it would be, I cannot answer it exactly.
Okay, so the next question is from the Ibu Herlina Rante. Do you think it is possible to get the same compound from the sponge and sponge symbiont microorganism? It is possible to have the same.
Yes. I think I'm sure that it is possible. The question is, who produces the compound? Is the compound produced by the microorganism living in the sponges, or is it produced by the sponge tissue itself? And I think in most cases it is produced by the microorganisms. And if we extract the whole material, then we extract both tissues, microorganisms and sponges. So it is possible to isolate it from both, and a separation of sponges and microorganisms is mostly not done. Possibly the microorganisms transform also the compounds into the sponge tissue. There are many questions still open.
Okay, I think it's all. There's no question more. Okay. Now we have 3 minutes time. Yes. I want to ask Professor Lindquist to deliver some suggestion, maybe some suggestion for all the participants, especially who are engaged in the field of marine pharmacognosy or marine biotechnology or marine natural product. What we should do, especially in the pandemic, global pandemic coronavirus now. Thank you. Please, Professor Lindquist.
Yes, I think it is similar, like I have written in my last slide. We have to collect as much material as available and to search, and we have to establish and to use useful test systems. I think meanwhile there are some groups which have such test systems also against COVID-19, and we have to work. And we have to collaborate. I think the collaboration between basic sciences, between biologists, between marine biologists, between collectors, and between chemists and pharmacists and physicists, the collaboration is very, very important, and also the collaboration between university and companies, so that we have them that we have the chance to develop, that we not stop on the level of in vitro assays, so that we can do also in vivo assays, and in the best case also successful clinical assays. And in the moment, I think the chance to get money, also probably money from the World Health Organization, and so is relatively high to intensify this work.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I want to say thank you again for Professor Lindquist for taking this time. And I hope that in the future, our collaboration will continue for developing the research between two countries, Indonesia and Germany, and also between German University and Indonesia University, especially Hasanuddin University and Greifswald University. See you later, Professor Lindquist.
We hope to see you and your colleagues.
In Germany. Yeah, okay.
And besides, we hope that the pandemic stops soon.
Yeah, maybe next year. I hope next year.
I hope.
Okay. So I return the time to the committee.
Thank
please.
you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Lindquist and Dr. Elmi, as our moderator for today. Ladies and gentlemen, along with the end of our plenary session, the first day of ICOS has finished. Remember that we still have the second day, which is tomorrow, to continue our parallel session. Thank you very much for all your participation. Have a nice weekend. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye, Professor Lindquist. Have a nice.
Thanks. The same to you.
Yeah, have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
And always still health.
The same to you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor.
And a further successful conference.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Professor
Bye-bye.
Muhammad Ifan is the chair.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, on behalf of the committee, I want to say thank you to Professor Lindquist. Thank you. Wilmi, fotonya sudah ada itu, Wilmi.
Oh iya. Saya juga. Enggak, masalahnya nanti mau dikirim untuk Profesor Lindquist. Dia kan pasti ingin juga ada ada bukti gitu kan. Jadi saya bilang, waduh siapa yang saya fotokan ini. Sorry ini karena saya ininya agak kurang bagus ya, dia latar belakang